All right. How's everyone doing? Am I a little soft? No, I'm not a little soft. Nope. Of course not. Of course not. How is everyone doing? I hope. All right. Let me let's see. Quality check. Let's change this down here really quickly. All right. Good, good. I hope you all. Ugh. Russell. 24 months in a row. That's 2 years. Are you here? I hope you're here. You are here. Hello, Russell. How are you doing? I have to tell you, I had a very long week. I have not worked that many hours in a week in a long time. My children are gone. I was like, I have time. I'm going to stream a couple of times this week in the evening. Didn't do any of that. You know, I have to count my blessings because my children were gone. So like at the end of the day, while I had some plans, I have these new we're going to do this next week, I think. Next Saturday if I don't get to it not next Saturday. I'm taking next Saturday off because I have a family reunion on next Saturday. I am not streaming next Saturday, but the Saturday after that, I have these speakers for the home that we're going to try to program, which should be kind of cool. Came from you guys. It's the money you guys have from the ads and the subscriptions. I got these Home Assist speakers, and we're going to try to do some fun stuff with them. Oh, so Russell, you and I had a very similar weekend. Yeah, like misery loves company. I guess I feel better now. We had too similar of a week. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I didn't get to anything, but I do have those. I am not prepared to do anything with them today, so we're not going to do anything with them today. But I do have those speakers. I was pretty excited about it. Spent like $150 on them. I think it was $150 for two of them. I think they were 75. I don't remember. But I was pretty excited because we're going to do everything with them and do it completely locally and see how good we can get them and see if we can't do some fun stuff around the house with them. It will probably be like a multi-stream where it's like once every few months we do a project with them and see what we can't do at our home locally. Anyways. Oh, it was a terrible week to go. The reason this stream is starting late is because yesterday I got to bed the earliest that I have gotten to bed, which was at midnight. Entire week it started this stuff. Well, you know what? Monday was fairly good. It was a holiday. It started to go downhill Tuesday morning. You know, it feels like I worked Monday. Oh gosh. Yeah, so you know, I didn't see a whole lot in the news, to be honest. We got the you're getting the discount news today, and then we're gonna hang out and have some fun. I'm gonna piddle around. I love to have some fun chats, but yeah. Will there be a bunch of Twitch points reclaim? I actually do want to have like a Twitch point reclaim for stuff around the house. Like changing the color of a light should be able to be something you guys do. I am working on. Okay, long story short, I am in what will become my son's bedroom. I need to move out of it so that my son can move into it. My office isn't ready, but I'm going to build a temporary office in the basement. That temporary office is almost done. And in that temporary office, we're going to play around with designing some of the systems that will be in place that we're going to build into the walls of the office that I actually am going to build. Because I definitely think that like you should have some control of the room, which would be pretty cool. don't let Twitch chat redeem TTS on your home speakers. Pre-agreed phrases. Absolutely. $100 donation to get. No, I'm not going to do that either. I know Twitch chat well enough. Oh, you guys. Actually, my Twitch chat is super tame. I can't even really complain. We've had a few spicy takes, but for the most part, my Twitch chat is super tame. Scott B, how are you? How are you doing? All right. Like I said, welcome to the news. I had a really long week. So if you saw something and I missed it, there's a high chance that I missed it. Go ahead, let us know, and drop it in the news channel on the Discord, or drop it in the chat, and we'll cover it together live, because I might have missed it this week. Other than that, I did see a few things. Let's dive into those things, and talk about them, because they're here. First off, I saw this post by Jeff Bezos, and I was like, wow, all personnel are accounted for and safe. And I'm like, that's great, because whatever comes after this, I can enjoy. If I don't know this, I can't enjoy it, okay? I am a fine enjoyer of things that have gone very wrong and no one was hurt, okay? Just to be clear. And so, like, I read this and I was like, phew, I can be happy. I can enjoy what's coming next. And then Jeff let me down. What are you talking about? Well, if you guys didn't know, this is what he was talking about. This right here. Quite possibly. Not this. This right here. Now, I reached out to Elon Musk. I did, because I wanted to know if this qualified as a fast fire or an explosion. And he's the resident expert. If you guys don't know, SpaceX has only ever had fast fires. If you guys want to know the distinction, it's whether the blast, the air wave that comes off of the blast goes supersonic or not. And if it doesn't, it's not an explosion. It is a very fast fire. When most of us are looking at it and being like, wow, that's an amazing fire, and I'm not sure what the distinction meant or mattered. I am not a resident expert, so I can't tell you whether this is a fast fire or an explosion. I can tell you it brought me joy. I do like watching a good rocket ship explode. This one happened to bring down, actually being one of the largest rocket ship explosions out there, and actually destroyed like the whole facility. The buildings, there's like $1 billion of buildings that were destroyed. Not joking, like the facilities themselves, which these buildings are kind of built around to be, somewhat withstanding of this. The launch pad was obliterated. When you have these launch pads, there's actually like big concrete chutes underneath that direct the force, because they're launching off close to the ground to launch that was destroyed. You should go look it up. It was amazing. It was the largest ever. This was the largest ever. Yes. You heard that somebody say that the blast was seen on the satellite weather tracking. I mean, I could imagine. I don't know if that's true. It was an amazingly big. It was fake science. Nothing of value was lost. That concrete add value. Oh, it was a big explosion. It was a very big explosion. Largest to date. Like I said, I don't know if it was an explosion. Like previously, those were like fast fires. They didn't go supersonic. The blast wave didn't. I don't know if this one actually managed to be an actual explosion. My guess is absolutely yes. But again, I'm not an expert in shockwave analysis from videos. So maybe I should have done that. Like tried to find an aerial picture and calculated the time of the blast wave and see if it was going supersonic. I didn't do it. I let you all down. I can't tell you if this is fast fire or it looks very explodey. That was my that was my professional take. Not a professional in explosions, but it looks very explodey, and I am going to call it an explosion. And I'm sorry, Jeff Bezos. I took great pleasure in you losing billions of dollars. The rocket was like 100 million. The launch pad was, I don't remember the cost of that, and the facilities was like $1 billion. So we're clearly highly into the losing billions of dollars and 2 years of time. I feel bad, not for Jeff Bezos, but for the poor people that have to try to figure out what went wrong. Because that there is a team of people that there is telemetry from about 20 seconds, millions of data points for about 5 seconds that they are combing through right now, trying to understand what went wrong there. Less than 5 seconds. Yeah, 5 seconds. And then I'm sure that it just goes dead, right? Like all the telemetry stops. And do you know what they're going to do? This is like the dreadful pit in the stomach point for these people. What if we didn't get the piece of telemetry that we needed? What if it was like, well, there's this valve. We have no idea what state it was in. There was this valve. Guess what? Oh, man. One second. 1 second. Did you Blue Yonder? Oh. Sorry about that. Uh, Jeff Bezos is employing Gen 3. Yeah, I have shielding. But it did cost me to have a bloody nose. I hope you guys can't see my rapidly deployed response kit. How embarrassing. Best place to have a bloody nose live. Does anybody else into their adult life struggle with bloody noses? I'm just hoping somebody's out there that does. I don't even have to get punched in the face. Ah, fantastic. Fantastic. I like I said, company loves the misery. I especially have a problem in the spring and winter. Winter, the air here is dry, and I think that causes aggravation and makes it so that like I can easily get one. And then spring, I don't really have allergies, but I live in a place where the trees dump so much pollen that I believe that everybody's nose just gets clogged with pollen. And I believe that also aggravates my nose a lot. And anyways, sorry. Blue Yonder. I think I'm going to continue calling it Blue Yonder. That's fantastic. All right. All right. We'll get into some real tech news. Let's see. Let's see. What do we want to I found some news articles, or not articles. I found some blog posts. And I found some blog posts that I thought were really interesting. And I thought I'd share with you all. If you didn't see them. This one was, I'm retiring from tech to live offline. I'm like halfway there. I'm halfway there. I haven't done the retirement part or live offline part. I feel halfway there. Anyways, so this was kind of a I think this highlights a lot of people's sentiments. Blue Blunder. Blue Yonder or Blue Blunder. Should we have a naming contest? We should host a naming contest for the renaming of Blue Origin for Jeff Bezos. Anyways, if you guys don't know who Chad is, this is Chad. And we're not gonna walk through a lot of this. I feel like a lot of us feel similar, at least to certain extents. Obviously, he has walked away from tech, and not all of us have. But I feel like a lot of the stress, a lot of the different things that have been accumulating over the last couple of years, were kind of written in this, and maybe some of our own frustrations as well. For me, I when I was reading this, I definitely um I understand some of this, like the dream of the open source sustainability, um and anyways, I thought it was worth a read. If you haven't read it, I feel like you should. Um Hopefully not as like a downer. To me, it was comforting knowing somebody like Chad also struggled with the same things, that not everybody is just at the same place. And so anyways, I thought that this was worth a read. I don't want to get into it too much. Read his own words. And I actually like how he did this. I thought that this was really good. I feel like he actually typed it up in Word or something, took a screenshot of it, and then drew on it, which was a cool idea. I love the idea. Yeah, I like the idea. I think it was a good one. All right. Following that up, there was this, which was I wasn't at the summit by Mistral, but one of the things that I saw come out of the AI summit for Mistral was the fact that Mistral is focusing on small, focused models. At least per this person, that there are specialized small models in their strategy. I love this idea. I absolutely love this idea. I'm not sure about the sustainability of large models, but a small focused model that's highly intended to do a thing, I think is maybe part of the future here, versus these gargantuan models that kind of do everything poorly. So that was cool to see. This is an article. Are all of his sites posts like that? I don't actually know. I haven't read a whole lot of his posts. So I don't even know how to. Okay, here we go. No. No, they are not. One annoying part of the post is you can't highlight or like it's a picture, right? Yeah, it's actually an image. It's not a. I wish. Right. This is where like my thought of how he did this was like this was written in Word with a font that looks like this, right? I'm sure that there's fonts like this. Then you take a picture of it, you open that in Krita, and then you handwrite on top of it, right? That's kind of what I'm assuming happened. Now, what he could have also done was print it out, handwritten on top of it, and then scanned it in. That's another like. No alt text either. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, actually, wait. It's supposed. Oh yeah. I saw it on Hawk. I thought they said it was generated. Guard. I misread this word totally. So this was an article that I saw. Um, I'm not. I definitely agree with part of it. I've seen this happen to talented engineers, and I've read people that talk about it. I'm not sure if it will be exactly like a lot of the front end stuff. To be honest and clear, like I'm not sure it's the same style of de-skilling. Um, so I'm not sure I entirely agree. I do think it's a well thought out article. I think it's worth a read if you've heard of the de-skilling of the front end and stuff like that. There was some really well articulated points. I also, what I thought was really well done, was this part. Like basically from does quality matter? So like up here we're talking about de-skilling of the front end and how AI is kind of do or could do the same thing to the rest of the industry. And what I thought was really good was the ideas that were brought up here with does quality matter? And then like the I'm not going to pronounce this live because I have heard it. I know how to pronounce it and I will mispronounce it. Anyways, basically like what is the path forward and or what are some of the possible paths forward as we talk about this? Because the other article was like that I want to like put as like the uh anti this was the dead economy theory. Now, I have told you this dead economy theory isn't anything new. I mean, it is something I have specifically talked about years ago. And this is also why I say that AI companies can't be as valued as they are. Because in the dead economy theory, what he starts out with saying is that for these companies to be as valued as they are, they have to replace most of the workforce. That's the thing. Now, you could also look at that and say it's a bubble. Like that's also a value, but he's saying if it's not a bubble, if this is actually truly where they are, what they stand at, um he's following down that path. It means that okay, so white lines here represent where a worker works, and blue lines represent where they spend their money that they earn goes to, right? Um, and the idea here is that okay, if you cut off this worker, if you fire them because you don't need them anymore, you also cut out all these blue lines. So you cut out this worker, you cut out this blue line. I just made random lines, okay? So like don't be like, oh, this doesn't. So now all of these companies make less money, and all of these companies are buying AI to do their replacements. But as they buy more AI, they make less money because there's less people, right? So then we can remove some more workers. This worker doesn't buy anything. This is like me. So we'll fire this worker because they're actually buying something. And all of a sudden, you start to see that revenue collapses. This is, again, why if you go down the path that everything is that their valuations are true, right? There's only one market that large, the global labor market. That's like the the idea that he's going with here. And so, like, yeah, that's a fair statement. And you could take a couple different paths from this. That it's a bubble, and people have over invested in that. You could assume that the investments are true and that labor is going to go away. The problem is, if labor goes away, so do the companies, so do the people that make the AIs. Which leads us in a very weird spot because that's very hard to predict. Like, if we actually go to where, well, these people can do it for dirt cheap, but there's nobody to buy what they can make for dirt cheap, then it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter that they have a thing that no one's buying. And then what I would say is you have to go to, what do people need? Well, people need food, housing, and shelter. Those are things AI can't replace. So those things are going to go up in value because AI is going to do these other things very, very cheaply. And you'll see a shift in where the economy puts value, right? You're going to see value shifted in different things, and different jobs are going to become more prevalent and prominent. That would be my take if instead of the dead economy theory. And then this is the dead economy theory, which takes it to a completely different extreme. Anyways, did I give you guys this link? I did. Okay. Does that make sense? I feel like I just rambled for a little bit. I'm going to pause just 1 second. Another really interesting, I said I was going to pause. But another really interesting thing that I found in all of this is AI isn't free. I had this conversation with a colleague the other day. This is like 2 months ago. Watch me draw this. This is going to be amazing. It's going to look awesome, and you guys are going to be impressed with me. I mean, you guys are already always impressed with me, but you guys are going to be more impressed with me. That is way too orange, way too vibrant. Can we color pick something? More yellow. I guess a little bit more yellow in there. Oh, that's looking pretty good. Okay. Make it a little thicker. Good enough. Okay. Is it a rocket launch? Okay. Yeah, try to guess what this is while I'm drawing it. No, it's make that white. That white. This is way worse than I thought it was going to be. I was more impressed with myself when I was initially drawing it. Okay, that's just hurtful. Fireball and Easter. Look, if I was drawing Blue Yonder, okay? If I was drawing Blue Yonder, it would look like this. Okay, this is Blue Yonder. This is their new official logo. I do charge per the millisecond. Okay, so I had this question. If these are AI-driven cars. Yes, it's a car. It's top down, windshield, back windshield, headlights. Okay, they're cars. Let's say that they have a service life of 200,000 miles. Okay, so you get 200,000 miles of service life off of them. The Waymo cars that I saw in San Francisco had 5 lidars. So 5 lidars. You had the big ones on the top, and then you had 4 side ones. It had that. It also has something like 10 cameras that I could count. This was just me counting. Okay, so it has all of this. It has 200,000 miles. So it needs all of this for the AIs to drive, right? Okay, so the AIs need this to drive. And then on top of all of this, you have to power the AI. So there's this here, and then there's also the AI. When you talk about the AI, there's training it. And then this was like a beautifully straight line, like diagonal line. I think you guys should appreciate I did this with a mouse. Okay. And then I spelled train like that with a mouse. It's completely the same person. It's shape recognition. So you have to train the AI, and then you also have to run the AI. Now, some of the AI runs on the computer, and some of it runs on servers locally very close by. What is the cost of all of this? Will this ever be cheaper than actually, like, people want to say, like, Google wants to say, like, the cost of this will go to 0, right? This is never going to go to 0. And we're not even talking about the hundreds of thousands of people they hire in the Philippines to actually drive the cars. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to assume that goes away. I rode in a Waymo. I gotta tell you guys this story because I was excited to try it. We're gonna stay in like 10-mile-an-hour roads max. So I was like, okay, if it wrecks 10 mile an hour, we're gonna survive. Okay. Hopefully. So I rode this Waymo. It kept its left blinker on it was its right blinker. Sorry, right blinker on the entire trip. The entire trip, it was saying that it wanted to merge into the lane beside us and never did. I was like, I so want to get out of this car right now. I so badly. And the worst part was there was a couple, it's not even like it just was on and it didn't check to see if it was on. It turned it off like 3 times when a car was passing it and then turned it back on like it was going to merge and then didn't do anything. And then here's the driveway that we were supposed to enter. It drove past it and then hopped a curb up here to get into another driveway that was the drive here was like come only from this direction, and so it was kind of angled that way. And the Waymo was like, oh no, I can just go over this curb and into it. And I was like, I'm so out. I am so out. It was amazing. Okay. Anyways, I'm sure the interstate was much better. My destination was over to the right, but this was for 8 miles. 8 miles on the same road. Not 8 miles. 4 miles? 4 miles. 4 miles on the same road. I gotta look it up. There's a long ways on the one road. and it never merged into the other lane. Let me look up the actual trip. Okay, 3.9 miles. 3.9 miles. I'm sorry, I exaggerated. Not 4 miles, not 8. 3.9 miles. It was still pretty rough. Anyways, this doesn't go to zero. Is my only point. All of this stuff is expensive. LiDAR is expensive. The AI chips on the machine's expensive. The automated controls are expensive. The camera setups are expensive. The maintenance is expensive. The training of the AI, the running of the AI, all of this costs. It's not free. You know, when you're looking at a text prompt from Anthropic can cost $50, what is all the video that's getting fed off of these going to cost, right? Like, this is where my mind is going. If a text prompt from Anthropic is going to cost me $10, what is a stream of video with actually controlling stuff going to cost? Like, I cannot see this being cheaper than a human. Ever. Okay, that's just okay. My rant is over. There's like a lot of assumptions being made, and I want to challenge them sometimes with my own assumptions. I know I realize I'm also making assumptions, but I feel like my assumptions are good. You just have to realize what assumptions that you're talking about. Okay, with all of this AI going on, I saw something from Rapid7 that made me a little sad. Authenticated RCE via argument injection in GOGS. Now, why does it have this not fixed? I feel bad for the person maintaining GOGS or the people maintaining GOGS. It's an open source. I don't want. Thank you. I feel bad for them because one thing is that there right now is a flood of issues and pull requests and things like that for anything that's remotely leveraged. And there are a lot of bots creating a lot of chaos. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's what they're suffering from. I'm not sure. If you guys don't know what GOGS is, it's a self-hosted Git service. That's neither here nor there. The reason this is sad, and I'm bringing it to your all's attention, is if you guys use GOGS, this goes unfixed. Rapid7 follows a disclosure timeline, and it was not met. So vulnerability was discovered in GOGS, reported to the GOGS maintainer via the GitHub security advisory. Look at this. GitHub has a feature that works. What? You know, that's the other thing. I would feel bad if like they didn't get this because GitHub was down, but who knows? On March 28th, the maintainer did acknowledge the receipt of this. And this is where no more contact was made. So contacted the maintainer for a status update, no response. So March, April, this is effectively 1 month later to just see how it was going. May 6th, so March, April, May. So we're talking about a little less than another month later. Reminded the maintainer of the previously planned disclosure date and offered an extension. This is completely reasonable, especially for an open source to be like, hey, we're going to offer you an extension if it's required. They're offering an extension to their disclosure. They didn't hear anything. On then May 20th, so 2 weeks later, advised maintainer the blog release is finalized for May 28th. Again, no response. And so this disclosure. You know, I have to say at this point, if you're leveraging GOGS, understand that there is a vulnerability. So if you're leveraging GOGS and you're out there, go check it out. 80% of the time, GitHub works every time. Uh, so, anyways, it's my guess is that the maintainer has moved on to doing something else, and I'm hoping the best for them. I really like this is not to call them out or whatnot. Open source is open source, and I get that. I hope that they have moved on. I hope that this didn't get lost in a wash of a ton of stuff. And if you guys know who it is and can contact them, this is great. They should let's get it fixed. Yeah, I hope this isn't caused by AI. Like if this is AI fatigue, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be so sad. All right. Well, good news and bad news. Anthropic released a new way to spend tokens. If you guys use Opus, I use Opus as a flex. When I want to show people that I'm rich and I have money to throw away, I whip out an Opus text. Opus is extremely expensive. If you guys don't know, in 4.7 and 4.8 Opus, the tokenizer actually is 30% more, creates 30% more tokens. That's for your input tokens. That's for their output tokens. That's also for them prompting themselves tokens. So the whole Opus ecosystem is 30% more expensive at the token level. Now, 4.8 did maintain the same pricing as 4.7, so the same price. So you might as well use 4.8 because 4.8 is actually better. 4.7 was a massive letdown. So they have these scales, and this just again proves that these scales mean nothing because Opus 4.7 felt worse than 5.8. So like this obvious or 5.5. So like this is obviously marketeering. And so like you can just ignore everything on this page because all of this means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Opus 4.7 is a massive letdown in every regards. 4.8, I have touched it a few times because because it's super expensive and I actually am not that rich to flex and leverage 4.8. Okay, these were like almost felt AI generated. Our superstar agent benchmark, Claude Opus 4.8, is the only model to complete every case end-to-end, beating prior Opus models and GPT-5 at parity on cost. It cannot be 5.5 at parity on cost. Just can't be. Can't be. Can't be. I don't know I don't know what this is. What is this? Just can't be. Unless they have like a special deal and they don't have a special deal with 5.5. Impossible. Anyways, with the release of the new Opus models comes some good news. The age of token maxing. Amazon deletes devs token maxing the leaderboard to minimize cost. I actually want to know. I want to know if this has an effect on the profits of some of these companies. Like, I want to know if revenue goes down for some of these. Like, I'm assuming that Amazon uses just their own infrastructure. I am assuming they don't use Claude. Like, it's just Cairo, right? So we shouldn't see any of the public companies. We shouldn't see OpenAI or Claude go down, right? I don't know. Maybe they do use some of their models. Do they? I don't know. I would love to see the tokenomics of this. Token maxing is super dumb. Well, we all knew this. We all knew that all of the token maxing that has come around has been super dumb. I looked this up before streaming, and now I forget it again. What is it called when you set? Oh, okay. So there's this whole idea that as soon as you make a metric, it becomes useless, right? What is the stupid person? They're not stupid. I'm using stupid to relate to my own frustration that I forgot what this was. What is it called when you make a metric the goal and it becomes useless? Learn complex concept with a not interested. Thank you. Goodhart's law. That's what I was. Goodhart's law. All right. All right. If you guys don't know what Goodhart's law is, when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. That's basically really, really good. If you're starting to become like an engineering leader, understand this. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. I can tell you stories about making targets. Okay, good ideas. Hey, I saw an engineering leader tell his team that their target was 100% code coverage for tests. Good idea, right? Well, it also ended up in some amazingly hilarious workarounds to 100% code testing. It created tests that didn't really test anything other than coverage for lines. It created a bunch of stuff. So what I guess what you have to be careful of, and I can't imagine that Amazon doesn't know about Goodhart's law. And these other people, there's been a lot of token maxing leaderboards, which just blows my mind. Blows my mind from a leadership standpoint. This is leadership 101. This is going to lead to bad behavior. Very bad, because people, and it's not even like bad in like they're being bad, but like if I had this, I would gamify it. I'd be top one. I would have scripts that prompt my agent 24/7, and I would scale those to thousands of them. I'd be on the top of that sucker. I'm a sucker for gamification of stuff. Like if you haven't realized, you gamify it, I'm going to try to win. I'd have thousands of agents running at the same time, all completely useless work. But yeah. So anyways, this is really important to remember Goodhart's law. Because what you need to remember is how to achieve stuff without falling into this, right? You're going to want to achieve stuff without falling into the fact that you can make it not be a good measure anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My search result, number one, you're going to call me out for the inability to write a effective Google search when my search number one result was exactly what I wanted. Good sir, I believe you haven't been Googling right your whole life. This was absolute gold Google search, platinum Google search right here. Yeah. You know what? This was a terrible Google search, but it's the only way I could think of phrasing this at the time while streaming. While being like, hey, I looked this up before and I forgot Goodhart's law in the middle of stream. So, I do believe this is not AI brain rot. This is just this good old standard. You know, I'm in my mid 30s. I have 3 kids brain rot. And it worked beautifully. It worked beautifully. So just there was more coverage of this. I was just bringing it out to light. Yep. Good old organic brain rot. All right. This was good old organic brain rot. I actually haven't used AI to search the internet. I actually really hate this part. I wish I could disable this. It would save them money too. The most I've used this part is like clicking on some of the things and reading them. Metric becomes goal. Yeah, I got it. Nice. Nice. Sure. So there was other ways. My way worked perfectly, so I'm not upset with it. And if you don't believe me, that's actually how I've searched the internet for a long time. So yeah. Metric goal. So are we token maxing our search results now? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Or token min token. What? How are we doing like the minimize? Is that min token? Min token? No. We got to come up with it's not min token is stupid. So there's token maxing, and we need like token poor. No. Token minning. We'll just go with token minning. Yeah. This is for the poor people. Poor people who don't use Opus. Me. Elon and four more. Yeah. So token maxing was an Elon and formerly Jeff Bezos thing. And token minting is for the rest of us. Shout out to Jeff and how much money he lost. Pre-explosion, Jeff. I'm sorry, Jeff Bezos. I'm making so much fun of you today. I had a very long week, and you know, I know you did too. When you've made so much money that anyways, moving on. This I'm genuinely excited about. I don't know the results. I cannot tell you what this means. There's a lot of vagary in this post, and I cannot tell you everything that it means. I read the words. I read the words again, looking for specific things because, like I said, but I am happy that IBM. I hate that it says IBM and Red Hat because that's like Microsoft saying Microsoft and GitHub, or you know, it's like you're just saying IBM and IBM. IBM and a different arm of IBM. I don't know. That's a little weird, but okay, whatever. Whatevs. We'll move on. IBM and a different version of IBM commit $5 billion to redefine the future of open source in the AI era. So like I said, I'm going to actually give you guys this article, but starting the week off with a bang. Oh gosh, that was good. Jeff Bezos, thanks for spending billions of dollars to give us enjoyment this week, to bring a shred of joy and happiness. So IBM announced Project Lightwell, a $5 billion commitment backed by new frontier AI capabilities and global force of more than 20,000 engineers to help enterprise secure open source software. Together, these investments establish a new model for enterprise use of open source software, from upstream development through production environments. Project Lightwell will establish a trusted enterprise clearinghouse combined with a global force of engineers to identify and fix vulnerabilities at scale. The clearinghouse will serve as a security coordination layer using advanced AI capabilities to validate and test fixes across an unprecedented volume of open source code. These capabilities will be offered through commercial subscriptions, allowing enterprises to. So I actually told people at ChainGuard that they were in a unique position. I don't care about the AI capabilities, but they were in a unique position. I've actually wanted this for a long time. Secure open source supply chain is hard. And you can't really ask maintainers you can't ask okay, so there's two things. Secure open source supply chain is hard, and you can't ask open source maintainers to spend money or more time doing something to protect your company. So like a lot of times I have open source stuff that we make on this channel and we diddle around with. And if a company was like, I need you to make a secure open source pipeline so that I can leverage this better, I'd be like, sure, what money are you paying me? Like, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of time and effort and care, and it just, there's no pay for it. And so what I have wanted is a secure marketplace layer that companies could get the open source through. So they could leverage this to get the open source through. And this marketplace layer would actually reward the projects by paying me. So they would say, hey, to enforce two-factor authentication, guess what? We'll pay you 10 cents per download through our marketplace. Hey, do you want that to be 11 cents per download? Well, we'll pay you 11 cents per download if you have two-factor authentication and you have mandatory pull request reviews. Cool. Okay, we'll pay you 15 cents per. And then in here, you have like tiers. Like you have silver tier, which is just you have two-factor authentication. And then you have platinum tier, which is like you do all the things to secure the pay. Now, these are the more expensive images, and these are the cheaper ones. And then you give companies this secure layer. I think ChainGuard was in a very unique place to provide this. This almost sounds like what this is doing, and I hope that the one problem when I read through this is it seems like they want to skip assisting the open source. In my version here, in my vision, this was a coordination and working with the open source projects themselves. In this almost sounds like, hey, we're just going to use AI and figure out some way to make a ton of patches to fix these things and sell those without actually benefiting the open source communities. I can't tell you exactly. They don't go into tons of detail on that, but it doesn't sound like they're going to do it as I was going to do it. IBM, if you're listening, if somebody from IBM is listening to, and you want a executive level Twitch streamer that would help you redefine this for the good of all open source, and you don't want to waste your 5 billion, I know that person, be a great VP to run this for you. IBM with its subsidiary, yeah. Akuras, maybe maybe. I don't know. I don't, like I said, there's a lot of ways this could go. IBM, it should go this way. It should go this way. And the reason you want to do it this way is this doesn't benefit all, whereas this does. Guess what will happen to you, IBM, if you go the way that Icarus is saying? If you go that way, then the problem comes is you yourself could be taken by a supply chain attack in these projects. And what we really need to solve, you know what? It's not the bugs in the software that are being attacked, okay? It's not the bugs, it's not the CVEs in the software that's being attacked. The major attacks for the last 5 years, okay, have been in the supply chain. And you're not fixing that with this. So, if you want your $5 billion to go somewhere good, hire me as a VP in charge of this project. I'm not even joking. I'll take it. I'd be a terrible VP. But I have a good vision. I have a good vision. All right, talking about my vision for how we could actually fix the open source problem of the supply chain. Supply chain battles intensify as takedown meet AI-driven noise. So we've talked about AI-driven noise a ton. And so this is an interesting story. Taking down a sprawling malware operation once signaled progress in securing the open source ecosystem. Now it barely registers. The Glassworm campaign disruption comes at a moment when attackers can quickly reconstitute and defenders are increasingly grappling with a new challenge, distinguishing real threats from automated noise. So in protecting your infrastructure, there's always these bots that are always hitting. We have infrastructure that gets hit by Chinese, North Korean, and Russian bots all day long. You make a public IP address and you put it out there, it will get hit by Russian, Chinese, and North Korean bots all day long. And a lot of times you can ignore the bots. They're just doing quick port scannings or just trying really easy things to get in. And as long as you have those taken care of, you don't really care. But this is actually something I have seen myself. It's getting a lot more difficult to understand what is the automated noise and when is there a real attack being launched on your infrastructure. All right, so if you guys haven't read up on Glassworm, you should, but the CrowdStrike-led takedown conducted alongside Google and the Shadow Server Foundation disrupted infrastructure linked to the campaign that had poisoned hundreds of repositories with malicious packages targeting developers. A day after the takedown and independent development, the OS database withdrew 157 malware reports that maintainers determined the submissions were likely automated false positives. This hurts. This hurts. The problem with this was that there was a lot of noise and a lot of false positives that were given from the AI review. The takedown happened on May 26, with CrowdStrike confirming the operation to have struck down all 4 Glassworm's command and control channels simultaneously. This helped helped server and botnet operators from their infected machines, blocking them from pushing out new malware. So that happened. AI false positives are becoming part of the supply chain problem. If Glassworm highlights the persistence of real malware campaign, the OSV withdrawal incident exposes a parallel issue of affecting the open source supply chain, and it's growing reliability around automated security and reporting. So another problem from people who mean well. We're trying to make these malware reports, and they were leveraging AI to do it. And the AI has false positives. This calls into question, when Mythos, when they talk about Mythos and it says, hey, it found 1 million CVEs. One, were they all real CVEs? We don't know. We don't know. We haven't heard anything more about Mythos. The companies that have elite access to it, we haven't heard much from them either. We have like 3 things that have reportedly been from Mythos finding them. 3. So there was this post, which I thought was pretty good from Socket that I think you guys should read. The Socket was particularly hard on them. OSV withdrawal 157 OSV malware reports after automated false positives incorrectly flagged trusted npm and PyPy packages, sending bad records into tools that rely on OSV data. A lot of people rely on OSV data. I rely on OSV data. This hurt me actually. It causes a lot of downstream work. I take malware very seriously, and so when these malware reports come in, I do, and I make other teams do a lot of work to ensure we're fine. So there are potentially millions of dollars wasted due to things like this. So, anyways, Socket had a pretty good take on it. Socket had a pretty good take on it. Pretty good take. All right, moving on. I found this. This was cool. Do you guys want to watch it with me? Not this. This. I like this.
I know.
Let's watch
Again,
it.
that's sort of like saying, how do you feel about motherhood and apple pie? I like both. All things technology that can create efficiency, I'm all in on.
But you're doubtful of the creative ability of AI?
No, I'm not doubtful of anything. I'm totally open-minded. But do I believe that, remember what AI is, despite the fact that there are people in Silicon Valley who don't want you to believe this, is big data sets, lots of compute, and a large language.
I was like, when I read that, I was like, this is the first CEO that has actually and I'm lumping in Satya, Altman, Musk, who have actually like admitted to what let's read that. Let's watch that again.
Remember what AI is, despite the fact that there are people in Silicon Valley who don't want you to believe this, is big data sets, lots of compute, and a large language model.
I thought that was just purely the best thing to have been said. Like, just straight up, finally a CEO who actually maybe understands. I've been so disappointed in all of it because of all the number of leaders who have been blinded by what it actually is.
Model mushed together. That's what they are. So data sets by their very nature are backward looking. Creativity by its very nature is forward looking. Creativity is informed by data. You're informed by those hundreds of books that you read. And when you have a podcast, you're informed by the ones you've listened to. How could you not be? But if yours was just a really high quality clone of Patrick's, who would watch yours?
I don't know who Patrick is. I immediately goes to SpongeBob SquarePants. That's the only Patrick I know. So like, the point that I got out of this was like, if you leverage it just to clone what already exists, you're just a clone of what already exists, and that's already available. And you won't be the original, which is fair. You won't be the person that had the idea.
And the thesis that, wow, with AI, we can more efficiently create a completely derivative property, like derivative properties don't work. So that's where the thread has been lost, that AI so far is really great at asset creation, but hit creation is an asset creation. Asset
I'm going to translate this to what I understood it as, because asset creation, I don't make, you guys have seen my drawing, okay? I get happy when I get a semi-straight. Where was my semi-straight? Did I delete it? Oh no, I was so happy about it. I drew a semi-straight line diagonally. Did I delete? Oh no, it's right here. It's right here. That's my asset creation. Look at that beauty. That's skill. But anyways, when he's saying asset creation, he's talking about code generation. I have actually been saying this for a little while. I assume that, let's assume code generation goes to 0. The hard part hasn't been code generation. It's about knowing what code to generate, right? It's knowing what people are going to want. It's knowing what to make and going in and doing that. Actually building the things, don't get me wrong. If you ask me to build something, it might take a couple of weeks, but a couple of weeks is really not that big of a deal. And so when he says asset, I think of, like an artifact. It's not about artifact generation. It's about knowing what to make and what people are going to want and doing that, which I couldn't agree with more.
That creation is a necessary but insufficient condition for hit creation.
When he's saying hit creation, he's saying like, I think of, you know what I think is the perfect thing? And I know that he's never going to bring this up. Flappy Birds. Flappy Birds was a hit, and it was a hit because not of its assets, not because of its code, not because it did anything interesting. I could recreate Flappy. I actually did recreate Flappy Birds, if anybody doesn't know that. It was on the Google store for a while. I recreated Flappy Birds. It was a smiley face game. I like smiley faces. And it only took a couple of weeks in my spare time. Again, it was just a clone though. It was a little different, but it was just a clone. I was just playing around with it.
I would love to say that AI will make it easier, quicker, and better to make hits, because who would benefit more than we? We're in the business already. We own IP, right? That you know. So you don't have to create new IP, which is really, really hard to do with or without AI. Like create this table goes to Hollywood, getting someone to buy that video game. That's incredibly hard. Getting them to buy GTA 6, not so hard by comparison. So
I hate that he's not wrong. I hate that he's not wrong.
It's not that I take at all lightly the potential benefits of new technology. To the contrary.
No, I think your entire career has been an
It's
example
the
of
story of my career. It's just that when our stock goes down by 50 points because people are like, anyone can make a video game. That was the thesis. With AI, anyone can make a video game. It's like, anyone can make a video game last week. Like anyone can make a video game 5 years ago. The technology is readily available.
My son made his first video game when he was, I want to say he was 10, 3 years ago. Not a good video game. Worse than my Flappy Birds clone. But yeah, I mean, people can make video games. It's still difficult. But
commoditized. You know how many mobile games get put out a year? Thousands. You know how many hits are made in a year? 0 to 5. You know who makes them? Thank you very much. We do. That's just true. And that's just true. It's
a little bit of hubris to just go say that on a thing. I would say that with some sarcasm.
Like, you don't need this new technology to create assets that are competitive. That already exists. It will be quicker to do it, but speed isn't the issue. If I told you, David, with this technology, you can create something that looks exactly like.
I think code generation is only part of it. Russell, I think you're 100% right. I mean, this code generation, I think now, more than any, storyline is a bigger deal than anything. Look at how many indie games have come out. I feel like for a while, and like I'm not a big into the games industry, but I feel like for a while, like you had like Halo, And then like you had Halo 2. And like the only real difference between these two was one, they had a good story that was based on books. We won't talk about how they got away from the books and the story plummeted, but they had a good story. And the only real difference was both had good stories and the graphics got better. And like there kept being these generational leaps. And then one thing that happened that I saw that I really appreciate, we kind of got to a point where better graphics doesn't really matter. And like better graphics was like, ooh, ah, wow. But we've gotten good enough where like people aren't impressed with better, when Wolfenstein released, it was like, wow, ID Tech 5 engine did this with graphics. Holy crap. And they did it with only like 8 gigs of memory. Really cool. But like it's kind of plateaued since then. And what I think when I see with people is like they want a cool, unique story, or it doesn't even have to be a unique story, but one that they relate to and stuff like that. And it's about understanding that and building that. And a lot of the times what I see as people do hits is it's something that's unique. And people love like the unique gameplay that this brought, or the unique storyline, or the unique XYZ. And a lot of the times when you're talking about AI, it's just looking at the past. And so it can do those things, but it's not very good at understanding what unique thing people would like. That's my take on it. Anyways, that was all I had for the news. I understand. I think, Russell said, I had this thought. I had this same thought. CEO of a big company that isn't selling AI tokens calls out AI for what it is. And part of me was like, well, is he just downplaying because that's not what his company does? But I don't think it is. And the reason I don't think it is because his company doesn't have any competing interest. It's not like there's a competing interest to AI and he's trying to sell that. He is just telling like he would be a downstream consumer of that AI. And I think that that's a fair, like a less biased take, right? He has openly admitted to the studio leveraging AI. So like it's not even like he's an anti-AI leverager either. So I think again, I think that it's a fairly non-biased take. And it made me happy also because like he if you listen to it, he says like there may be some efficiencies with AI. He's not saying that people are 10xing here. Again, it was just it's not often I get to see a CEO that actually seems somewhat grounded. Maybe a little hubris, maybe a little bit of hubris, but Elder Scrolls Oblivion was really good. I liked Skyrim. Skyrim didn't turn me off. The better graphics of Skyrim didn't turn me off. I liked Skyrim. Don't get me wrong. I feel like there hasn't been a good... Why hasn't there been? There hasn't been a good Skyrim or Oblivion style game for a while. Have I played them all? No. I'm sure that you could find... Which do you mean? The Oblivion Skyrim or what? What are we talking about, Ekaris? I've lost. So there's this funny thing. The streamer you watch doesn't necessarily share the same context you have when you ask a question. So if you assume context in your question, sometimes it's not there. Oh, no. I meant in the same genre as Skyrim and Oblivion. And now maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen a good Skyrim or Oblivion. I really like those style of games. My favorite games were Fallout New Vegas, Oblivion, and Skyrim. Those have probably been my favorite games of all times for single player games. I just haven't seen. I like really big open worlds with plot lines that can diverge and move around as you do your things. And I know like the Dark Souls are fine, but they're not that same genre. The Dark Souls are a different genre. Just Dark Souls is Dark Souls genre, right? So I don't count those as those. And I do really like those games. They're similar. And we've had some really good ones. There's a new one that I need to try that I haven't gotten to yet. It was recent. People have been liking it. It was supposed to be an open world, and then they released it as a single player, something like that. It was supposed to be like an MMO or something, and then they pivoted. I haven't played that one. But supposedly people are really liking it. Not Elden Ring. I did play Elden Ring. I consider Elden Ring to be a Dark Souls game, though, isn't it? Isn't Elden Ring a Dark Souls? Oh, okay. I was including. I like Elden Ring a lot. I actually think Elden Ring is my favorite Dark Souls. I think it was really, really well done. Favorite Dark Souls, probably. Yeah. Is that controversial? I don't think it's going to be controversial. I think Elden Ring was probably the best Dark Souls game made to date. I'm sure that there's probably that people that have nostalgia. Yeah. I was going to pull up my Steam games. Steam is updating! I think I'm going to switch back to i3. I have one major flaw that Cosmos is causing me pains with. So I have like these shortcuts. And okay, there's the animation, but we can get over the animation. Like that doesn't matter, right? The biggest thing is those don't go to the other monitors. And I can't show you this because I can't show you the other monitors, but like if I've clicked on this monitor here where I have Twitch chat, I have not tried Sway yet. Oh, like this. Steam just opened up over top of Twitch chat. Now, to get it back to this fifth workspace, well, I can't do anything over here with the keyboard to move it to the fifth workspace, right? And the reason I can't do anything with it because when I'm clicked over here on this, if I do anything to go to the fifth workspace, it goes to the fifth workspace of this monitor. There is no way to make these a universal set of buffers. And so the best thing that I can do is I can click over here, go to the fifth workspace, click over here, and drag this over to the fifth workspace. And why isn't it maxing? That's super weird. I haven't tried Sway yet. I feel like maybe I would like Sway. I think the biggest problem I had with Sway was it wasn't a drop-in replacement. I was gonna say I was just bringing this up to show that but it's Baldur's Gate, so I think I had to get rid of Elden Ring for storage. I was gonna say. My kids have been enjoying Grounded 2 quite a bit. It's our favorite. It's our favorite. I do need to buy a disc. I need another disc. To be fair, I downloaded LLMs onto this one, which kind of destroyed my disc. All right. Won't play a game, though. Nighthound, how are you doing? Did we leave this in a building state? It looks like we did. I'm excited. This thing has been in such a broken state for so long. Wow, can't type though. Can't type. Norlock, have you seen SQLX 9 is released? Oh, really? After I did all the work. After I did... okay. We'll look at that after this break. All right, I'm giving you the standard word list. Okay? Don't complain. Standard word list. We will look at how bad that looks like. Wait, is farts really not a word in the word list? Guys, this is not the nerd word list, okay? This is not the nerd word list. This is the standard Wordle word list, okay? It's not the challenge word list, which would probably have parts in it. It's not the nerd word list, which would have HTTPS in it. This is the bland, stripped down, you all complain too much word list. You guys didn't complain. You guys don't really complain. I'm just teasing you. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. 15 minutes. Going to let the dogs out and run around a little bit. And I'll be back in 15 minutes and we'll get into doing some of this. I also, while we do this, we're going to try to have an agent do something else. We're going to have them work on the AI arena and see what we can't not do with that. That didn't make any sense. Ignore me. No one has ever come. I know you guys haven't really complained. I was just teasing you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Russell. Huge shout out to Russell. He subbed at 24 months this month. Thank you, Russell. Do you guys want music or no music while I go off and make some coffee? No. Nighthound, no. A little music or no music? Oh, we have 2 votes. We have 2 votes. No music. I'll leave it to yourself. Put some music on, get those beats going, and I'll be back in 15. Potter. You guys are good. It's a good guess. Was it Potter? I'm guessing it's Potter. Potter isn't a name though, right? Like you can buy Potters. Oh, it was Harry. I guess Harry. Oh, I guess Potter is. I'm an idiot. Okay, I just came back. I just came back. I just came back. Potter. This is why I'm so bad at the game. This one is definitely Oxbow. That's for sure. Dang it, I forgot Oxbow's not in the standard library. Sometimes I don't feel like accounts, okay? Sometimes, do you always wake up and feel like your last name? Not always. Sometimes you have off days. See you, Russell. Thanks for joining. Oh, is that your guess? Never mind. I think that's your guess. Blade got an E. No A's, no D's, no L's, no S's. What about bald? That doesn't have an E at the end. Voice is good. Better than my guess. Dang it. I was going to play with you all, but you're taking my ideas. You're like a millisecond before I have those ideas. All right. That's the story I'm sticking with. I'm so terrible. I am so bad at Wordle. I don't know what part of your brain plays Wordle, but whatever part of your brain that plays Wordle is the part I don't have. So we know it wasn't white. Clone and chore. Oh, wow. Wow. You guys should get this now, right? Is it crone? Is it crone? Is there nothing else? I'm struggling to put another letter in there. An H doesn't work. Yeah, it's crone. Okay. Oh, really? He's 5 out of 5? Nice. Accuras, you just wish that you had the leaderboard. Once we get the leaderboard instated, you won't guess anymore. That's how it works for me. All right, we're going to close this. Close that. And we're going to open. Oh, I didn't mean to close that, did I? I just need to open up a different project. Let me change the titles, update titles. What are we doing? We are making stuff. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do HTMX because we are definitely HTMXing it up. You all know I am a professional HTMX enjoyer. And we're going to try to get Cursor to write some HTMX. So we are going to work on the leaderboard here, and we're going to try to run an agent at the same time doing another thing. For that, we actually have this. So we're going to have the agent try to do these things. So if you guys don't know, we built an AI arena where AIs can compete against each other. And we're going to try to vibe code some of it. We're going to try to vibe but verify. The vibe. That's what I call it. The vibe. It's vibe but verify. Wait, a guest got... Nice, nice. We could build the offensive one. And then you're just getting auto-modded. That's great. We have to find, like... you have to... you can't win because you're just getting auto-modded. I'll do it where, like, subscribers don't get auto-modded. So if you want to win while playing the offensive one, you have to subscribe. Or have to use, like, bits or something to get it through. That's the pay to win. It's literally pay to win. Oh my gosh. I figured it out. Pay to not be moderated, and we're playing the offensive data set. Okay, so we're gonna switch this over to Twitch. And then we're gonna work in on this computer. I hate this selection thing. Code AI Arena, open that up. Let's see. Plan. Let's plan. Plan. Review the to-do.md and review, and we'll turn this to auto. Yeah, we'll just do auto. We'll see how this goes. But review the to-do and create a plan to achieve. Well, review the to-do. Review the current state of the project and make a plan. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Too bad all good ideas live short. I suppose. All right. So we are in the middle of making. Oh, okay. So what did we do? How did we fix the problem of the database last week? We commented it all out. That was what I was afraid of. I think maybe we upgrade to SQLX 9 and we see how bad it is. We see how many red squigglies we get. If it's a lot, we'll do it another day. I actually think maybe we could get AI to do this part. Like, hey, I want to upgrade to this version. Now, what I have found is they do it terribly if it's a big breaking changes. So Tailwind 3 to Tailwind 4, I could never get it to write Tailwind correctly for the longest of time, or at least set up the project for the longest of time. It takes time for those big ones. It needs input. Why do you need input? Which UI direction should the plan optimize for? Yeah, we want HTMX. Which persistent backend should be the first implementation target? I literally wrote it as you pick. You should research and plan what database to use and why. What should the first implementation milestone after the plan is accepted? It doesn't matter. All right. All right, let's upgrade cargo. Let's do this. Ooh, we're going from 7 to 9. 7 to 9. This is not going to be a problem. Watch this. Watch this. All right. Let's see it go. Ooh, you know something interesting I saw in the news? I didn't really report on it. I did see this, and I remember thinking, should I report on this? And then I didn't do it. Spain banned Polymarket as not having a license for gambling. And I was like, I hate Spain's the football soccer thing, but good for them. Good for them on that one. US should do that. Okay, I don't have to unwrap the IDs anymore. Oh, cool. Is that the only thing that broke? Is that seriously it? What line was that? I 265. Awesome. All right. They said it needed help. What have we done? We have vomited a ton of words onto the screen. Okay. Recommended plan. Plan name. AI Arena Roadmap MD. Okay. Do you know what one of the biggest things that I'm struggling with this new form? Okay, you made this. How do I view it? And like, you can be like, oh, well, you can pull it up over here. And like, yeah, you can. This is not convenient. Like it's a ton of wasted space. I don't love. Yeah. This is what I want. HTMX. I think this is actually a perfect example of when to use HTMX. Like this thing should be HTMX native. Like this is a if there was a time to use HTMX, this is it. Use SQLite first when the storage abstraction, and later feed DuckDB. That's actually what I said, so cool. I'm glad you read my to-do. Commit that. All right. I don't even know if there's a Git repo backing that. There might. It's not in GitHub yet. It will be made open source. Don't worry. When we do the AI games, this will be made open source. So don't worry. Okay, so this should build now, right? Did we try? Oh, wait. Did this fail? No, we didn't even try. Oh, I got sidetracked and didn't even try building it. It should build, though. Okay, excellent. So we're on HTMX 5, or yeah, SQLX 5, or 9. We don't actually use that much of the features, so I didn't think it would be that hard. The big thing that I want to know is the big feature here is we want to be able to specify what database, right? I got to find that, right? Let's no. I want the GitHub. I actually just want to go to the GitHub. Why is this being difficult? Usually it's up here, right? What have I done? Isn't the GitHub usually... Oh. I feel like that changed on me. Okay, let's see. Do I just search the issue request? I know that we found it in the issue request. It's not open anymore. It shouldn't be closed. Multiple databases. Where was... This isn't it. Let's try a Google search. SQLX multiple databases. It didn't say multiple databases. He said 2 different databases. I want the PR that fixed it. I hate to break it to them that's a new minor release. It's a new minor release. You haven't had a major release yet in the entirety of its life. Not yet. But I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. Bike shedding checklist. Where do I see how to use this? Is there a doc link? I was hoping that maybe it's just this reference. But that's not valid. I didn't. It closes these, but these are like. Okay, I need to go find their documentation. Maybe they added a example multi-database. No. What about in Postgres? Multi-database example. Sweet. All right. Example project involves 3 crates, each owning a different schema in one data. No, I don't want one database. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. 1 second. Let's check on our AI. Review 7,000. There's no way I review 7,000. Oh, commit and push. Yep. I already said commit. I don't know why I have to say commit again. Okay, yeah. I think this will fail. I don't. Did I already make it up open source and upstream? I don't know if I did. I'm not sure. I don't know why I had to do it twice. Okay, whatever. Don't care. let's go ahead and actually do this. Run the execute on the plan. Pretty please. We'll see what that problem it has with that. Okay, what I was going with here, we got to make this, right? We don't have any passwords, so we don't have to worry about that. We're just going to make multiple things. We already have a end file. Yep. So this should be like, actually, we don't, I copied and pasted those, but we should just do this one, right? And I don't know if like the first one needs to be the database file, so we'll just do this. And we'll do this as the, this is the alerts database file. I don't know if we need a root database file, because if not, I want to name, I want to name change it. I'm just going to assume that we don't. And we're going to go with Wordle database URL. My AI is completely dented. 1 second. I have to check that. Sorry. There's stuff going on. I've got to check my phone if I can still goof off. That's good. All right. So we're going to assume that this works like this. Okay. Run the following commands. CD accounts and SQL at DB set up. I don't need to set them up. I already have them. I haven't made an SQLite sub toml yet. Okay, so they made this. I don't need, I haven't really been using the SQLite for the migrations because my code runs the migrations. So I'm not sure I need that. This is what I need. This right here is what I need, right? Yeah. I mean, I saw what that one was doing. I don't know why this review counter seems to be wrong. Oh, because it hasn't actually committed or pushed anything. Like, this is code I've written. So I think it's just piling up at this point. How do I make this window go away? Go away. Go away. Go. Okay, I have to go all the way over there. Let's see. Phase 1. Yeah. Host, port static plus get APIs games list. Server foundation. Yeah. I just want him to HTMX it up, right? Yep. Oh, wait, we just deleted tests? What the? Why did I accept that? I was accepting this up here. I didn't. What? Gosh dang it. I was accepting this up here. Oh well. Oh well, it's gone. I can redo it because it uses the same secret system that I built for this. So, whatevs. Okay, we're working on this toml. While it's going and deleting stuff. We're working on this toml. I don't think I need this. I can't. I don't think I need any of this right here. No, I just need this. This is all I need. And it's just SQLX toml. Okay, so what we need is in this one. New file, sqlx.toml. And we do this. So I guess it doesn't. Oh, this is just saying which environment variable, which we have in, I forget what I called it. I forget what we called it. Where's our .m file? I don't even know why. I get baited by having this over here when it's like I can just go to the .m file. So this is our alerts DB. Yank that. Jump back to here. Did I do this wrong? I mean, obviously I did it wrong. I yanked this. Let's see. Yank that. I jump back over here. I selected that. And I don't know what I did wrong last time. Okay. Cool. So that's our alerts database. And now we need to create the same file in the Wordle game, right? SQLX.toml. Nope. Go back here. Yank this. Clean that up. And then this is the Wordle. Okay. Now, I think in theory I can uncomment those. SQLite.rs. Here's the moment of truth. A solid 5 minutes of work. So I'm going to be really upset if this doesn't work after all that work. Maybe after making all of these changes, we need to reboot the... You know what? We're just going to give it the benefit of the doubt and just reboot it. All right, let's check back on our mischievous AI over here. Oh, you know what we're going to do? So I have said this, that I have some speakers, some open source speakers that we're going to use. We're going to use it with the home AI, and it's going to be fun. Hopefully fun. We need an AI name. I need an AI name so I can talk to my house with that name. I think I'm going to let you guys help. Only if it's good. If I get a Bodie McBoatface, that's too hard. It has to be easy. It has to be easy. It can't be Jeeves. Because Ask Jeeves is kind of fun. Like, I don't know, Ask Jeeves. That sounds like hilarious. I need a name. Why are we CDing into web? Housey McCow. If it wasn't so hard to say, we could just shorten it to Housey. We could just shorten it to Housey. Housey face. Or just face. It would sound so dumb. Hey, face. Why do you call your... Well, Twitch voted on Housey McHousey face. Oh. mean, I'm taking your word that that's the person that played. I know what the show House is. I've seen, I think, actually 2 episodes. That terrified me. Okay, I need to pull this code up. I don't know what they did. Why is there a web directory? And why are we doing npm? This is HTMX. I don't understand. Why are we building npm? I thought this was going to be all HTMX. Lupus. Man, I told you guys last week that I was just recovering. It has been recovering all week. I feel better than I have for a long time, but I did not make this week any better. You're right. The original to-dos called for HTMLX as the root, not a React app. Yeah. Did this really call for a hybrid? 1 second. I read keep for now as in like don't delete it, not build on top of it. And we're definitely updating it. Okay, I saw the Vite. Update the plan. We go all HTMX. All right. Okay, so now, is this working? No, not yet. Let's see if it... Database user queries online or run SQLX prepare to update the query cache. I thought I did. I thought I did. Do I have to run this? Like, I'm not sure this will work, right? I thought this was just this was my fear. This was my fear. So I don't have either of those set, right? So this one has 1, and then it has the 2. Okay. You know what we're going to do? This is not my favorite implementation. I can't complain because I didn't do the work to make this whole thing, so I'm not going to complain, but I really want to complain. I think I can just delete this one. Delete. And then here in the no. env in here, I'm going to change this one to just the database URL. Right? But did this take care of our failure? I don't care if the command line doesn't work as long as do I need to restart again? Let me try restarting this again. See if that clears the cache out, and I think maybe we're working. You were hoping the AI would respond with, "I thought you were joking." That would be hilarious. It would have been even better with, "I was hoping you were joking." Just go all in on that. I've thought about that. Hal is a good one. It's easy to say as well. Samantha is maybe a little bit long. I also haven't watched her, so I don't really know that one. Ava would be fine. I don't like Vicky. So I think Ava, Warper, or Hal would be my top picks. Probably Hal is probably my top pick. This is probably one of the first in the genre. And then if we do that, if it's named Hal, if it can't do something, it just needs to respond with, "I'm sorry, Merrick, I can't do that." Like that has to be like it's like obviously it's not revolting. It's just like, "Hey, I need you to blow dry my hair," and it can't do that. It doesn't know how to do it. That should be its canned responses. "I'm sorry, Merrick, I can't do that." That would be hilarious. Now I want to do Hal just for that. Just for that. I realize it's not Dave. It needs to be responding back, but it needs to be responding back with, "I'm sorry, name. I can't." It'd be great. It'd be great. So I think this actually builds now. I thought our build command was closer. Okay. No, it doesn't build now. I was lying. Again. Shall we play a game? Maybe we can give it split personalities. That actually sounds fun. Okay. What if we made it respond to any of those? And we made funny interactions. So the base AI part will all be the same. Like the capabilities, the skills, the whatnot. But like the system prompt for how it responds is changed based off of what name you call it by. And we give it like with Hal, it's like, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." With Warple, it will be, I need to look at, is it Warple? I want to say it. I feel like that's wrong. I'm saying it wrong. Anyways, so if you use the name, it will change its personality. We could do it by a time thing. At certain times, it will do different things. That would be fine. You coming up? You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi to everybody? Yes, you do. Say hi. Are you saying hi? You breathing into the microphone, some ASMR, dog breathing. Don't do that. We're live. Yeah. I see you. Yeah, okay. You good boy. You good boy. Yes, you are. Okay. Okay. Human on board. Let's do something. That is exactly what that is. Russell, the what? Okay. There has to be a 1-star coder, one, and I don't know if it's like that would be amazing if like the only thing that it does is take what you ask it to do and make like a little like haiku out of it. Oh my gosh, we are doing that. We are absolutely doing that. I like this multiple personality AI. I like it. It's a German Shepherd. Yep. Asher's a German Shepherd. Actually, both my dogs are German Shepherds. So Asher and Ayla. Ayla's a rescue. She's a little camera shy. It's funny. You'd think as a rescue that she's scared of men. I feel like that's a pretty good stereotype. Do you know who she's scared of? Like absolutely petrified of? Children. I don't know what child just she does not like children. An adult couple comes over to visit Mary and I. She'll come up to them and she doesn't really love them touching her, but like she'll come up, smell them, let her pat them on the head, let them pat her on the head, and then she'll go and you know, she's fine, but she doesn't love them, but like she's fine. Child comes over, like somebody younger than 18. She's like, no, I'm gonna be in the back room. Let me know when they leave, and I'll come back out. I'm just out of here. Asher just likes everybody. But they're both German Shepherds. Well, I mean, Ayla is a rescue. She is a she looks like a German Shepherd, so I mean take that with what you will. I mean, like she could be a mutt. She is a very German Shepherdy looking mutt. Okay. I love the split personalities. Our AI, I think maybe we'll do a little bit of both. Maybe like at night, certain AI personas will be available. So we could actually have a certain amount of like during certain time periods. That could just be really frustrating. It might be really frustrating. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know who, you know, who Ava is. Gosh dang it, Merrick. Okay, so we have a problem in here, yes? Yes. No such table as Wordle high scores. I assure you it exists. We have database, Wordle database URL here. Oh, do I need to do this? Do I need to do this? I don't know. What was the feature called? SQLX TOML? All right. Cool. Can we do DB setup now? So this is dying on, so I don't know if I need to do DB setup for this to work. So obviously, this isn't working. And it's not finding the right table, which I'm assuming it's just using the database. Wordle, did I misspell this? I don't know what I did, but okay. I regret my vimming there. I don't think I did. I think that was correct. So this isn't going to work. I was hoping that this would work inside of my editor. The problem is these migrations aren't sitting with them, right? So Wordle migrations are sitting right with this one, right? The AI manager, the migrations are not. Which maybe the solution is just to throw the... But the problem is, the AI manager, it's sitting here. Migrations are in the root. What is it saying? While resolving migrations, error... I don't know what it means by this. I'm assuming this is for the main database. So we can go at here. And we can throw this in there. And this is... It's right here. And they're not throwing migrations together, right? This is the migrations for the one, right? And then that's for accounts, right? So they each have their own, right? So here in accounts, we should have SQLX, and we'll need to... Do we need to say migrations if a migration is right at the root? See, this is where like this feels weird, is like it's right at the root where we're running this. Like if we do ls, you'll see that the migrations are... Wait. Where is it in the... oh, it is in the source. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe we do need this. Maybe we do need this. Nope. This is just account ID, password hash, session token, account ID. I don't think I need any of this. It's just this, right? Yeah. What am I missing, everyone? Oh, wait. Okay, these looked useless, right? These looked like accountant session. This. Okay, another interesting thing is like these are full on, they have their own crates module. Whereas mine doesn't, right? It's just a module inside. Whereas these are like an actual full another binary with another cargo toml. Do I have to full another cargo toml them? Is that the only way to really support two databases? Tell me I'm wrong here. I guess this isn't that big of a deal. Oh, I'm not rewriting it from scratch. What? Wait, what? Who said that I was going to rewrite something from scratch? Look at this beautiful HTMX native website. Beautiful. I like this. I actually do like it because like I think this is a great time for HTMX. Of all the times I've used HTMX, this is a good one. Can we actually do like this was just making the UI. Let's okay, this is not the greatest, but let's see it. Tic-tac-toe. Start battle. Watch the game. This does not look correct. Incomplete after 0 turns, but completed. Observe. What went wrong? Let's see. Turn error. Error. And her Alama chat request failed. Connection. Error. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Maybe we have a problem. I need to make a SSH profile for this, don't I? I do. It's actually online. Wait a second. Did we configure it wrong? It doesn't let me. Oh. Oh, here's the API endpoint. Okay, wait one second. Let's try Olama. We don't have Llama 3. We have Quinn, right? What is our what do we have? What do we want to try? Quinn 3.6? Quinn 3.6. Let's do this one. I don't know why I did that. Let's try this one. Boom. It doesn't matter. And then this one is 192.168.1.104. 104. All right, and then this one will be OpenAI. model, open AI 5. Oh, how do we put this in the code? I always get confused as to how each one does. I've done too many, and so like it I have done too many. I need to look at the code. The code's over here. The code's over here. Let's go to the code here. Not here. Not here. Oh, don't close the terminal. Where is the it's supposed to be up here. I want to see the code. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Finally. Wait, what was I searching for? I want to search for the, not the plans, the source, main. I want to look at the defaults. I put in the defaults here. This is, Quinn. No, I want to see the model. The GPT, it's a 5.1. That's what, was it a dash or is it a point? That is what I didn't know. 5 point. We should do like 5.4, right? We shouldn't do 5.1. Why is the default like that's a bad default? Let's change that. No. Thank you. Undo that. I don't want to delete everything. I want to do 5.4. We really should do like the micro or something to save me money. Let's just see if this works though. Agents are battling. This panel refreshes every 2 seconds. It's not refreshing. One 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. I just want to see if it just didn't incomplete after one turn. Oh, come on. Where is it running? It's running right here, right? Okay. $5.4. Okay. Let's just change it back to 5.1. Why did I try? Oh, this is annoying. This should stay the same as last. Oh no, I don't want to have to type this in every single time. Oh, okay. This is a good update though. We can update this. On the main UI, we don't remember the last selection. And so when you want to start a new game, you have to type everything in again. 1. When it loads, we should load with the defaults given in the command line. 2. When a user makes a change, we should cache that and use that for the next default. We should cache it in memory. When the server restarts, it's okay to go. Cache in memory. And use that. Okay. Good. Let's go ahead and shut down the server. Happy. Let's have that go and work on that. And we can sit here in our domicile of pain thinking about migrations. Okay. Now, our problem. This is our problem. It takes time to battle. Yeah. The AIs generate tokens, right? So they take turns, and it takes time to generate tokens. We do track that though. That's some of the stats. Is like how long does it take it to make its turn? I think that's an interesting stat that we will have. Okay. I have a couple methods forward. One, I split apart. I think this is the right call, and I really don't want to do it. Like, so badly that I want an AI to rip it apart for me, and I will suffer it. I want to make each and every... And this is probably the right move. I've kind of built a big monolith. And all these things, it's just basically which command line arguments. I want to build a different app per thing that uses shared modules. I think that's what I want to do. And that's just a lot of work. It's not that bad, but it's more work than I really wanted to do. It's a lot of reorganizing. And maybe the SQLX is just like the forcing function of this. Thank you. Thank you. Right after it deleted my test suite. Thank you. My fans are spinning up. I'm not doing anything. And I feel like the AI should mostly be on another CPU. As soon as I pulled this up, the fans died down. Okay. All right. Let's see if this is a little bit better. Okay. Let's refresh. Boom. Oh, look at this. This should be 4.5.1. We do know that we have access to 5.1. And this should be OpenAI. Boom. This looks delicious. This is OpenAI. Okay, the provider was wrong. It's close. Observe. I feel like when you hit start, you should go to observing anyways. And I don't think this doesn't refresh. You have to back to arena also doesn't work. Some things got broken. Maybe the server died, actually. Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? The game playing is consuming the thread, right? So it can't respond while it's consumed. HTMX strikes again. Fantastic. Okay, we just need to update the threading. I love HTMX, by the way. One of my favorite. This is interesting that Olama just started timing out, yeah? Huh. As machine's fine. It's not even sweating. It's like 21%. 41. Huh. Very interesting. Why are we just finding the OpenAI profiles? Something odd is going on. Let me rephrase something. I love the idea of HTMX. Olama was taking a long time to return. We're talking 10 seconds? 24 seconds? That was not performative. Okay, this also looks like garbage. Latest board state. Let's draw this out, please. Holy crap. Okay. A couple things. What should we fix first? Okay. I have found some bugs. We should document them all and then fix them. 1. The HTMX server is on the same thread as the game running. Thus, when you run a game, the HTMX server freezes. 2. When you click run game, it should take you into that game to maybe we should have 2 buttons, one to like spin off and one to actually I'm just gonna say if you click and start a game, you should observe it. It take you into that game to 3. There was another bug. Latest board state is ugly and gross. It should be drawn out for humans, not a dump of JSON. Russell, you have yourself a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a really good week next week. That's to all of you. Thanks for joining. And yeah, thanks for joining. All right. I guess let's shuffle things around, put them where they are, and then try to get everything to build, right? Okay, we will start at the very top. We have 2 things right now. So we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this Twitch Alerts. and new folder, and we have what was the name that we've come up with for our Twitch games? You know what? That's been my problem. I forget to say make no mistakes in my AI prompts. I forget, and it's so dumb on me. Those 3 magic words fix all problems. It's really noob of me. I must say. So we have Twitch alerts, and then we have our right now Wordle, but our Twitch games. We'll just say Twitch games because I'm really good at. I'm really good at naming things, and yeah. Man, I didn't say not to make mistakes. I feel really bad. Okay, so now let's rearrange stuff. This is going to be a little painful. AI Manager is only a Twitch alert thing. So we're going to move AI Manager into... Whoa. Where did Twitch alerts go? Where did Twitch alerts go? Oh, it's right there. My bad. Okay. Chat. There's probably going to need to be a common module, right? This is Twitch alerts. So like if somebody follows or subscribes, those alerts are done by this. So this is really the front end of Twitch alerts. Games is really just the Twitch games. Okay. No, I don't want you to expand it out. Stay closed. Chat is a thing that both of them use. So we're going to need a common module, right? We're going to need a common module. New folder called Twitch common. Okay, look, we can rename things if we need to. I won't rename things because that's too much work. But what is this? What is this? I think this goes into common. Common. Yeah. What have we done so far? All right. Let's see. We fixed them all. Okay. Cool. Excellent. All right. We need to get this to a database. I know. 5.1 OpenAI. OpenAI general. Cool. Olama, Quinn, blah blah. This doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, this is good. Okay. Battle refreshes every 2 seconds. 1,000. 2 1,000. 3. Okay. Back to the arena. Okay, but we haven't frozen. Okay. This is despite what you want to say, this is actually an improvement. Okay, you have to actually click. You can't click the whole card. The whole card is not clicking. You have to click observe. It is playing, but there's no update to the UI. That's interesting. Visual chessboard from Fen? Why is that stealing? I just use open source modules. I do have a tendency of using open source modules. Okay. Okay. We're into the. Oh, I already had imported those. I had already imported those. Those weren't even importing it. To like be fair. Yeah. One of my rules for it is do not recreate something that an open source module exists for, or I will smack you. It still does it. It still does it. Makes me so angry. All right, so we have Twitch comment here. Let's see. Twitch listener. This. I hate myself sometimes so much. Let's delete that. Okay. I think this is just our WebSocket connection. This really needs to go into the common. Thank you. Migrations. These are Twitch alert migrations. Okay, so whoa. Let's leave them there. Why did it Twitch alerts? It's right there. Sometimes when I Twitch alerts, these are the migrations for the Twitch alerts. Cool. SQL utils. This is maybe we'll start a new one. New folder. SQL common. I believe these utils are just literally like set up and run the automated migrations. Just things I like doing. You know, it's warm. It's warm. Did I just do it? It doesn't seem to be working that hard. Its fan is on. And for some reason, it's timing out. I'm wondering if Quinn is upset for some reason. I don't know. That's weird. That's running on a different computer. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that is how you spell common. That is how you spell common. I just wanted I had to check. I thought you were making fun of It doesn't look like it is. It's only using 32 gigs of memory. NVIDIA SMI is not a great. I have another tool. What was the other tool for GPU? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem. I need another GPU monitoring tool. Hey, look at that. Olama failed, but this is not looking bad. Okay. I noticed we'll debug the Olama thing later. I noticed that until the match is finished, I don't get any results back. I would like to watch the game play out in real time. I think a refresh every 500 milliseconds would be good. So the front end is driven from the back end. So what's going to happen is that the JavaScript that it puts up should make a request to the back end every 500 milliseconds. I think that's fine. That will feel like it's not like it's a fast-paced game or anything. A 2 frames per second game is going to be fine. That's what we're shooting for, 2 frames per second, okay? It's a new style of gaming. Everybody loves it. 2 frames per second. Your favorite game yet is 2 frames per second. It's all the rave with the Gen Zers. They like 2 frames per second. It's like what they think is the sweet point between GPU maxing and actually being able to play the high resolution games. Okay. What is this part? Holy crap, it's mostly commented out. Did I move this into like messages? I think I did. I think this is just like messages. Yeah. I think this was just, I don't want to do it all in mod. Let's just delete that. Thank you. Okay, so this should be going into Twitch Common. So the thing about Twitch Common and SQL Common, they won't have databases, which is nice. And they'll just be used by Wordle and or the Twitch games and Twitch alerts. That fan is still on. I'm wondering if it's now just dissipating. That's actually how it's pronounced for all of you people not really educated on English. It's dissipating. I'm wondering if it just hasn't, dissipated all of the heat that's built up. Is it B-top that I was looking at? Linux, monitor, NVIDIA, GPU usage. SMI kind of sucks. NVTop? What did I install NVTop? I didn't. It looks nice though. Okay, let's it could update. It could leverage WebSockets. So that's actually what we use with the Twitch alerts. Is that is actually a WebSocket that's connected. So we actually use WebSockets with HTMX. Now I have to say, before you jump into using WebSockets with HTMX, it's a bit of a pain because when you make that, you make a per client website or a WebSocket, and so you have to then actually track every user that's using it if that WebSocket has state, right? So like if they're clicking through and you're like, they're on this page, you have to know what user is on what page and track that to the WebSocket. It's a little bit of a pain. Now, why I say this is a perfect WebSocket is because it doesn't matter. It's a local thing and we're just using HTMX as the front end of a local application running effectively. And so I think that this is a really, really, really great use of it. So this would be fine for WebSocket because, again, we're not connecting multiple people to it. It's just running locally. If we made the AI games for other people to be able to run, which I'm never going to do because you'd be spending my tokens playing the AI, it's just not happening. I would have to rethink this strategy. But for me, locally, this is awesome, right? So let's go ahead and run this. And then we're going to watch our GPU. All right, let's go back. Try it. Wait, what? Oh, I haven't unlocked the secrets file. Try again. Thank you. 5.1, OpenAI General. Bump, 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 bump. Olama. Quinn latest. Bump, 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 bump. Start battle. Let's see if it refreshes. I'm feeling disappointed. I feel disappointed. I feel it in my very toes. Okay, but the more interesting thing is, let's watch this GPU. So we are GPU maxing. We are GPU maxing. We aren't mem maxing. Like the memory is very low. We are not memorying. We are GPU maxing though. That's interesting. The memory is staying. The memory looks wrong, right? We're using 32 gigs of 128. Does it only go? We should use a different. This doesn't look right. It's saying 0%. Obviously, it's doing something here. Oh, it's not using the GPU. It's using the CPU. The little dum-dum. It's CPU maxing. This blue line is the CPU. What? I don't know. Because it's not showing it here. No, it's showing the GPU. It's showing the GPU. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Oh, it was actually... Okay, are we done now? Yeah, this didn't refresh. Hurts my heart a little bit. Oh, I think you're right. Let's try that. Let's try that again. Okay, so let's go back. Did it remember my select? At least it remembered my selections, which is good, which is excellent. So we can just run again. We can click refresh. We can click refresh. Okay. It's weird that like it didn't do that. Wait, it dropped to 0 again. I don't see it in the graph. I have found this. Okay, so this is the NVIDIA Spark. And I have found that even now, the operating system gets confused as what is CPU and what GPU is. Like, I'm assuming that this is just the computer being confused. I'm gonna have to look into that. Oh, Olama beat Olama. Olama. Olama Quinn beat 5.1. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I did NVIDIA. So the NVIDIA SMI, I'm telling you, because, okay, so the weird thing is with this NVIDIA Spark, it's unified GPU and CPU memory, right? And Linux doesn't, none of the tools support that well, where the CPU and GPU share the memory. I have found so far, I haven't been happy with a tool that actually, like even this, memory usage not supported. You know, like it doesn't even know, NVIDIA SMI doesn't even know how much memory is being used for the GPU versus the CPU. And this is 100% their machine. I'm assuming that there's something that is better. That's just been my experience with it. Okay. What I want to do also, I don't like this. We're not testing Olama. We need to update this to have like the player models. Okay. I found some issues that need fixed. One. We still do not refresh while watching a battle. 2. I don't care if we just tell the browser to refresh or if we use a WebSocket. I just want the problem actually solved. 2, what was the other problem? Oh, this is weird. This is weird. Let's see. When a winner won, it looked like this. And the fact of the matter was we don't care that Olama was running it. We care what model it was. All right, back to reorganization. Or Ajax. Oh, true. I if it doesn't fix it this time, I'll see if Ajax works. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I have found with all of these, you know, ones that do the sharing, it gets really weird, and just like none of these tools report properly, and it makes it very difficult to know what the bottleneck is. Like that's what we were trying. Like we know it was taking a long time. It wasn't out of memory. It wasn't using swap or anything like that. But we didn't quite know what was being pegged. Is it the CPU? Is it the GPU? Is it even possible? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we're reorganizing code. One of my favorite things to do is just reorganizing code. Okay. These are for the Twitch alerts. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, and so now what we need to do is we need to break out main and make one for Twitch alerts and one for Twitch games, which we need to rename into. I believe that when you guys had recommended names for Twitch alerts, not Twitch alerts, for the Twitch games, I believe you guys recommended Twinkle or Bruce, which is why it still doesn't have a name. I don't remember where that that comment is. Do we have a markdown? We it's somewhere here. Let's search for it. I believe the names were Twinkle and Bruce. Yeah. Yeah, Twinkle and Bruce. So this was what Twitch came up with. I hate that. From a year ago, I remember the stupid names you guys gave me. Of all the things that I retained was the fact that you guys wanted to name it Twinkle or Bruce. So what this is just games that streamers can play with Twitch. We have Wordle. We're going to make a Dungeons and Dragons experience. Are we happy with these names, or do we want a different name? That's what I'm asking you. And I don't know why I'm making the same mistake again. Oh, look at that. It finally got the updated. I'm glad that it doesn't tell me which one X is. Fantastic. It's Olama's turn. Olama's going to take its a sweet time. X's current player. I hate I can tell which one is which based off of how long it's taking. I hate that I can tell you this. It's Olama's turn. Olama is the O's. Ooh. You know what? We should get their like thing here. Like instead of X and O's, like this should be an OpenAI model if it's OpenAI. This should be like the Quinn thing if it's Quinn. You know? I love that they can't tell that it's a tie already. This is a thing that LLMs are increasingly poor at. Not increasingly, like they've never always been poor at it. Like a human will immediately, my 10-year-old daughter, when she was 5, would immediately see that there's no win. You know, she's going to go here and X is going to go there. And they didn't do the last. Why did it go incomplete? Okay, we got to try a different model. That model is just not doing it right. They saw that it's a tie and just crashed. It's like in war games. It was like, I can't win. I can't win. I'm out of here. Okay. I refuse to play a game I can't win. What a sore... Olama was being such a sore loser. If I can't win, I don't want to play. Okay, you know, I wonder if part of the reason it's taking so long is that this is up, because I am also serving all requests through this, right? Which is using 3.6. So it's not like loading a different model, but I do believe this prompts in the back end some. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Consider only valid moves. Honestly, we probably need to work on the prompt some. The prompt probably could be made better. I think we're gonna call the server Bruce. I think we're gonna update it to be Bruce, and the reason is I think Bruce sounds like a fun name that like plays games with Twitch, right? So we can then talk about Bruce, like, oh Bruce, why did you do that? When there's like an AI thing. I think we'll just call it Bruce. I like that. So instead of Twitch games, it's gonna be Bruce. And honestly, the folder games, can I just... I wish there was like a flatten. Wait, what does collapse all do? We're just gonna put that in there. All right, this has its own... What did I do? I moved Wordle out of games. Games had a mod. This is okay. We're just moving mod into Wordle or Bruce, and we're deleting games. Okay, we flattened it. Delete. Throw it in the trash. Garbage. Okay, so then when we have, like Bruce will also have, we have Wordle, and then we're doing like Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. We won't call it Dungeons and Dragons. We'll call it we have a name for it, don't we? Dragons. Just dragons. Again, I'm so bad at naming. Call it Johnny 5. I don't know the reference to Johnny 5. I'm not very good with these references. What's Johnny 5? Short circuit. I'll have to look this up. Let's see. I don't know. I have seen this. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I know that I have seen this movie. One, it was made well before I was born. It was made well before I was born. I saw it when I was really young. Like, I'm going to say like 4 or 5. And then I also want to say that my mother was very angry that I watched this movie that I don't remember anything about. So I can't tell you anything about it. Okay, so I'm going to have to watch this. Theo! Theo, thank you for the raid. What were you doing today? Who were you hacking? What were you hacking? You normally do cybersecurity stuff. If people don't know, I raid Theo every once in a while. Let's give him a shout out. You should go watch his stream because he knows a lot more than I do. Well, thanks everybody. HBT Overwatch. I obviously don't know what this is. Oh, HTB is Hack the Box. I knew that part. I don't know what the Overwatch is. Oh. You've got me here. Active Directory. Is this like an auto hack? I feel like if you're going after Active Directory, it's got to be easy. I'm just teasing. I'm sure that it's difficult. It says that it's medium. I was making a joke about Active Directory and Microsoft. How did it go? Did you get it? Nothing is ever easy with it. Well, okay. Every once in a while, I do an easy hack the box. I do an easy. And I make it so difficult. People are like sitting there like, dude, it's right there. No, go back. No, you missed it. Just a half hour wasted. Every once in a while, I do a hack the box on stream. I should do it again. I have a big thing, the AI games coming up in July, but maybe after that, it would be fun to do another one. I probably haven't done one for a year now. I don't do like Active Directory ones. I really don't know Windows. So like if I wanted to become a cybersecurity professional and protect Active Directory, I probably should do that, but that's not what I do. I do these for fun. And like a little bit of learning just to be a better security minded engineer. So that's my goal, is just to like do that and know the basics of the tools. But so I avoid like Active Directory ones, right? Because I don't know anything about Windows. And so they're like, well, if you know the Windows CLI API for their, what is it? Something shell. They have their own shell thing. And they're like, yeah, you could just do it. It's not bash. One second, I'll think of it. PowerShell. See, this is how bad I am at Windows. So I'm not doing it. Yeah, I was trying to think of PowerShell. Exactly. Yeah, so we have the AI games coming up. July 4th. We are doing the AI games. So what we do is we pitch, wait, 1 second. We pitch AIs against each other is the main thing that's coming up. And one of the things is the AI arena. This year, we're getting a little bit of a graphical interface. But basically, we can pit different AIs against each other. So, like, we have a local Olama running. Quinn, let's do a different one than Quinn. Olama LS. Let's do. Man, we don't have any good ones, do we? We could do Scout, but Scout does. No, I deleted Scout because it was just bad. We could do Gemma. Let's do Gemma 4. Let's try this one out. So basically, you can do this, and this is playing tic-tac-toe. We have a couple games. Tic-tac-toe is one of them. I was hoping Gemma would be faster. So this takes a little while to play. But they're playing tic-tac-toe against each other. And so in the AI games, we do a lot of different tests, from coding to, we do a Turing test. If you guys would like to be part of a Turing test, basically I know which one was human and which one was AI. You guys have to try to pick. It's a fun little thing. We do a bunch of different things with a bunch of different models, trying to understand how to best leverage them, what they're actually good at, what they're not good at. And then we also have them compete in some friendly Olympics. Is arena.ai the same thing, or is it different? It's different because I didn't make arena.ai. I actually tried to get that. It was taken and way too expensive. This is our own AI arena. It's mostly CLI command line that we wrote. We're trying to... Okay, I'm working on my Twitch alerts. So if you guys hit the follow button, you'll see that there's like a custom Twitch alert. That's what we wrote. So we wrote the AI Arena, which is a command line utility, and we're trying to get AI to write a web wrapper. It's not perfect yet. It's messed some stuff up. It's not perfect yet. We're trying to give it a graphical interface instead of just being via the AI. But we have rock, paper, scissors, Connect 4, and chess. So we have a couple different games that they can play against each other. I would love to get a game where there was like 4 AIs involved, like 2v2 or like 1v1v1v1, but we don't have any of that so far. Right now, it's just this. Battleship. Battleship is in the works. It doesn't work properly yet. So what we could do is we could do chess. Actually, I haven't checked. I haven't tried the this is probably not going to work. But we could do chess via ChatGPT 5. It goes very fast. And if it doesn't work here, we'll do it in the command line, and you guys can see what it looks like in the command line. It's working. Okay. ChatGPT goes pretty fast. I don't know how much this is going to cost me. We can see how much this cost after this. We'll see how much I'm in the hole. We won't play chess a whole lot because of that. Oh, GPT 5.1. Oh, this was GPT 5.1 playing against itself. It lost because it made an invalid move. One second. I heard something I need to go check on. Ugh. It tried to cheat. Okay, well, we can see how much this costs though. One second, a little bit of a cone of silence before I log in and share too many details. How did it go? How did the hack the box? I'm sorry, Theo. How did the hack the box go? How was your day? Did you learn something? Because if you did, fantastic. If it was just frustrating, not fantastic. It tried to take the win because it deserved it. What? Let's see how much that cost me. I'm trying to not dox myself, but share as much as I can. Okay. Let's see. We have tokens. Honestly, it's not that bad. Let's see. Let's go to usage. And this is all of today is 3 cents. That's really not that bad. Or really doesn't. Not bad. Well, perfect, Theo. Then you're learning something if you're getting stuff that you haven't seen before. And this 3 cents isn't just that. I mean, we've been running a bunch of tests with tic-tac-toe, yeah. So that includes all the tic-tac-toe. That includes all of it. Let's see. I think we want whatever. I just want the models. I hate this. I hate their UI. I wish that they would make it easier for me to select different models. Because what I go in here and I go and search their models by doing this, like making a new prompt. I want 4.5 mini, right? No. Nano. That's like the most cost effective. Okay. 5.4 nano is what we want to test next, right? I was here. 5.4 nano. Let's try that. Let's try 5.4 nano. And we'll just do 5.4. We'll do like 5.4 nano versus 5.4. Nano couldn't even make 2 moves. It was not much of a competition. What's my opinion about MemOS 2? I know nothing about this. Are you pulling my leg on something here? Oh, it's not MemOS. Or are you talking about an OS? What are you talking about? I don't know. I have no opinion. 0. Because I don't know. Where is the GitHub OS link? Where's the GitHub link? Did I miss it? I don't see it. I don't see the link. Did it get modded? I don't think so. You're allowed to post links. Theo, thank you so much for the raid. It's a pleasure. You put some amazing streams out that I super appreciate. If you guys don't know who Theo is, go follow Theo. I've rated him several times, so you probably know who he is if you're not here from the raid. All right, here we go. Here we go. We got the link. I will give you my... I have looked at this for 10 seconds. Memo as to Stardust. I have seen something like this already. I have seen something like this already. And I'm trying to think of its name. Founder of GitHub. No. Old CEO of GitHub. Last CEO. This guy. Thomas. It starts with an E. Entire. Here we go. So this is kind of the same thing, right? This is kind of a similar idea as, and again, I'm taking a 30-second approach to this. So if you're like, well, it's completely different, I'll be like, well, I read this, right? Now, I have to tell you that I actually use Entire and I really like it. There's a problem that all of these run into, at least in my experience with them, and I test a lot of them. Should we try to test these in the AI games? Let me take a note. Maybe we can try to test these in the AI games. So in the AI games, we do try to do like deterministic testing at some level. I'll have to think about how we could test this. So in general, I think these work really well. I have the feeling these work really well. Let me rephrase that. They do have limitations. So if you've used any of these where they'll talk about the context here, and what they do is they like basically auto squash context, right? So you can look down here and codex, I said cortex, codex, cursor, they all do this. And what they try to do is manage this context for you. So then there's also like, this is the amount of context of previous chat history. And what these are attempting to do, both this and this, is basically extend that context with extra context that could be added to the context if it's relevant. Now, there's limitations to this. I think it's really good in general. I find that like another one, can I remember its name? There's another one that I actually did extensive testing on. And the problem that I found is that there's a point where they have so much context that it's almost better to like blow away their context and let them start building it again. And so like there's this sweet spot where they sit, where they have the right amount and they're amazing, but after a while they get too much themselves. And the problem is they don't know what to put in. And then what you get, and this is what happened to this other one. I will remember its name in just a second. What happens to it is basically they have all this context over here, and it just a massive amount. And what happened was they could no longer, when you made a query, they could no longer pull out the right context for it. And so what they needed then was they put an LLM here. So when you queried, you actually queried an LLM that then tried to find the right context for you and brought it back. And this caused two problems. One, it got really, really slow. It got really slow. And then, and so like, and then two, you had an LLM that you were paying for tokens here. And so you actually paid for tokens more. This made querying even more expensive, even if it didn't find anything. So you would make this thing, and let's say it's something it doesn't have context on, it would spend a ton of tokens searching through your monumental amount of context now, because when you hook this up to a company, it's just copious amounts of context, and then it might return something. One second. One second. I can Google this. I don't think it was this company, right? One second. Let me look at their products. No. I was hoping to find their name in here. As soon as I see the name, it's going to be like, oh, yeah, that's them. My memory has failed me. My context has failed me. I can't believe I'm not seeing them in the first couple of results. Okay, well, anyways, I did it so much with them for a while. They started with an A, not Anthropic. Anyways, so sorry. The original question was, what do I think about this? I would need to try it. Like I said, I have tried a couple at large scales. My one thought with this is I think it works great until it gets too much context. They do a decent job of, like, this one is very focused on commit context. And I think that keeps this one specifically at a very minimal amount. So I actually really, this one, it's really small, really focused, and does a really good job at that. So, you know, the ones that have tried to do more, that's the problem that I've run into. And like I said, I've tried this at enterprise level, like to the point where we don't use that tool. This was only like 3 months ago. I can't believe that I can't remember what it is. I will remember the name at some point here soon. You'll have to follow so that you can get it when the name comes out. We'll try this. I have a note down for it. We'll try to test that. All right. Let's see. Okay, so nano is no good. Should we try 5.4 mini? Let's try 5.4 mini. We're not really here testing it. We're trying to make the tooling, but we're having some fun with the test, right? Let's try with 5.4 mini. Yeah. Let's see if it will cheat. Now, one feature we won't have for this year is I'd like to make it where we can play against each other. So like we could actually like play this AI. That support is not done. Another illegal move. Dang. Oh, this was 5.4. Not even mini. All right. Well, AI is increasingly terrible at chess. I know I didn't do 5.5. It had an error when I tried 5.5, right? I believe my API key is not. Maybe I'm lying to you. I'm lying to you. So 5.4 mini versus 5.5. Oh, you're welcome. Like I said, I couldn't talk specifically about the one you asked about. I think it's an interesting problem. I think that if you want agents in the way people talk about them, controlling context in a deterministic way, I don't think using an LLM to find context for another LLM is the right choice there. I think you need a deterministic method to determine context. Have we stalled? Have we stalled? Oh no, 5.5 is burning tokens. 5.5 is burning tokens. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, everyone. This is not good. Let's look at the portal. Oh no. Oh, we're up to 8 cents. We went from 3 cents to 8 cents with with 5.5 usage. Oh. It did finally make a move. At the end, it will. Maybe it only does it in the UI. We need to do it. We need to update it in the terminal. The terminal lists how long each move takes, and we should keep a list down here. We should be able to actually view this, right? We can see each one that comes in. This is not useful. Where are these? Those were like test things. Oh, it's completions, right? Yeah. So we can see the mini now is going. It's taking about a minute for the 5.5 turn. The 5.5 was returning a lot faster at the start, wasn't it? Yeah. At the start, it's slowed way down. And now Mini has slowed way down. I bet it's reprompting itself, right? Are we going to hit a timeout? We might hit a timeout. Are we in debt yet? So this has a hard cap of $10. This has a hard cap of $10. Does it show here? Maybe it's in home. Yeah. So everything just shuts down when I hit $10. For the AI games, we're going to put up to $100 in there. But thankfully, I will not be going into debt for this. Can I use any program with the chess game? No, but we might be able to add it as long as it has like an API. Yeah. So right now how it works, let's open up that project really quickly. And then we'll get back on Bruce. I won't say that again. Open folder, code, AI Arena. So let's go here. So how I originally designed this is basically like there is the AI agents, and in this, like, this is just a wrapper for the APIs of the agents, right? And what you can see in here is like it's really pretty simple. Not anything super amazing. And then basically this is how every agent interacts. So these are like how they're given the state, they're given the game ID, their turn. They're given, I found that this helps, like they're given the expected schema of the response, and their instructions. And so like, it would be really easy if I can translate this into the API of whatever you're asking. It would be really easy because this is a turn. So how this game engine was designed by me, probably poorly, is literally just a turn-based thing. I say, okay, it's your turn. Here's the current game board, and it's your turn, and this is how you respond. And then it responds, and I just pass that back. So this is the response. And then whichever game is being played, there's a validation layer that says, is this a valid move? Okay, cool, you made it. And we update the game board, and then we go to the next AI, and we say, hey, it's your turn. Here's the current game board, and move on. So I don't know what pit stockfish is, but if we can plug it into this and I can just call it, then yes, we can leverage it. We got an illegal move. Game is done. This one sat here for 8 to 11. So not 5 minutes. It's 3 minutes. 5 minutes to respond. And then we got an illegal move. 4-5 mini, just couldn't do it. Chess is hard. Now, the nice thing is we have simpler games that's not as difficult for them to play, like this. We have a bug here. Four or five mini is a little dented. If you lose at tic-tac-toe, you don't deserve. Should we? Okay. You know what we're going to do next year? For next year, we are going to try to train our own tic-tac-toe bot. Like, that's all it does is tic-tac-toe. I think that would be a ton of fun. Okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do it because we have like everything in place to do it. Like, yeah. Okay, anyways. Oh, pit stock fish versus the LLM. I understand now. I just didn't know what it was. I don't know what stockfish is. So like I was incorrectly reading that whole thing. I get it now. Maybe this sounds plausible. If I can make requests to it, like I made my turn, and I can do it headless. Is it in Rust? I really. Oh, it's in C++, my second favorite language. Okay, we could probably do it. Okay, well, maybe it's an AI anyways, but it's okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. We can try doing that. Not today, but we were fixing. I don't know why this is sometimes making me do it twice. All right. You mean Mojo is not your second favorite? I love Mojo. I love it when I have Mojo. I hate it when I don't have any Mojo. I don't really know what you're talking about, but, you know. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Oh, we just broke this whole project out. So now we have Bruce. And Bruce should wait. There should be okay. So the last thing that we have to do is we actually have to break this apart. Like we don't need the server. You know, games should be running games. Period. The Twitch server should run Twitch stuff. Okay. Oh, Mojo the language. I'm sorry. You were context switching on me. I don't context switch very well. We were talking about stockfish, and then you bring up Mojo. So I thought Mojo was a different stockfish. Pitfish? Pitfish. No, it's stockfish. It was pit stockfish versus. My context is destroyed. Okay, okay. We don't need double things here. We're just gonna throw that in there and this in here, and then we're gonna delete this. I can't run this for you all, but one of the things that we've done is we have games. So when I take a break, you guys get to play a game as Twitch, and it's pretty fun, I think. Anyways, it's kind of also mixed in with my Twitch alerts, and so we were trying to filter those out and make them not the same application. There's a lot of problems that it's caused, and I keep fighting problems, and I don't want to fight problems with how this is designed, and so we're just kind of pulling the plug on it. And yeah. Okay, so now what we need is we need a main for both Twitch alerts and Bruce. Bruce needs a new file. main.rs, and then Bruce also needs a cargo.toml. And so we're going to make these into executables, this as well as Twitch alerts, right? So this needs, oh, you know what? Okay, main.rs, and we need to do cargo.toml. And then what we need to do is in here, we need a new folder, src, boom. And now we need to throw in all this stuff into the src folder. Boom, 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 boom. Where'd my src folder? Oh, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. And main goes in here too. Boom. Okay. So this is looking... templates go in here too, I think. We'll see if that was the right choice. Oh, I did say that my second favorite was CPP. Okay, you know what? For just a Peaslee 26 subscribers, you can get on the books for this year a 26-hour stream doing C++ 26. There you go. That's the challenge. I'll probably do it anyways sometime this year, to be fair. I haven't touched C++ in 15 years. So I will suck at it. And I haven't used anything since C++ 11. So like I used C++ 11 for a single year. I didn't even get auto. I used some of the smart pointers. So I will be terrible at it. But I will enjoy myself. I've been thinking about using some C++ again. All right, then what we're going to do is we're going to put this both in the Twitch alerts. We don't... Oh. We're going to delete this empty one. It's trash. And we're going to put that one in Bruce too. Right? Empty one's trash. All right. All right. Now this needs to be, this is no longer null Twitch. This is, Bruce. Beautiful. And then this one is Twitch alerts. And that's how null Twitch. Okay, if people are confused as to why things have the word null, and there's a decent number of null things spread around. I have a YouTube called Null Labs. That's why. I actually need to make the next video. You guys can check out some of the videos. I need to make a new video. I actually have a couple. Life has been very busy, and so I haven't had the time. But I have a few on the dockets. They're pretty good, I think. We'll see if people like them, but that's why there's a decent number of Null things. I moved to be closer to my aging father. In the first year of living at the new house, I had the heat go bad when we were having a snowpocalypse, and our entire furnace just melted down. We had a snowpocalypse where I couldn't get out of my driveway for a month and a half. Thankfully, I work remotely. But that posed interesting problems. Do you guys know what Rocky Mountain spotted fever is? Did you know that you're more likely to get struck by lightning? This point scares me. You're more likely to get struck by lightning than to contract the disease Rocky Mountain spotted fever. I had the unfortunate thing to get Rocky Mountain spotted fever. So now I'm terrified of lightning. You know, like when you know the stats and you're like, well, I got that and I'm less likely to get that than get struck by lightning. I'm joining my dog underneath the bed every single time it storms now. Last year was a year. It was a year. Food was arriving remotely? No. So I have a driveway that's a little over a quarter of a mile, and I had a vehicle parked at the bottom of that driveway. So now when I went and got groceries, we are talking about, it's like 400 meters. 400 meters, I think, is the driveway length. Which is like 437 yards. Which is, if you're going with miles, I think it's a little over. Why is, oh, here's mile. Oh, it's only a quarter mile. It's only a quarter mile. It's also 150 feet of elevation change. So when I would get groceries, I would put them on a sled and pull them up 150 feet of elevation change and a quarter mile. You think I would be in better shape than I am. So, last year was not a good year for me. So when people are like, why haven't you done anything? I was like, oh, well, I've been busy. Okay? Whether that's getting my food the hard way or contracting a disease that you're more likely to get struck by lightning than get. It was a year. It was one of the years of all time. There was actually other things too. Like, those are some of the funnier things. So, funnier things that I'm happy to share online. So no, I haven't made a new video yet, but I actually have written up a couple scripts for some of my funny. So I make some funny videos. I make some funny videos, and I have the scripts for 2 more. I just need to actually record them and edit them and do all of that. You couldn't melt the snow? No. We had -0 -0. We had below 0 temperatures. And so all I had readily available was salt. And salt only works at 19 degrees Fahrenheit. So when I say 0, for the Europeans, 0 F2, it's like -20, -17.7. So we had below effectively 20 degrees Celsius for the month and a half. So no. Yeah, it was brutal. Also, the amount of salt you need for a quarter-mile driveway is a lot of salt. It's a lot of salt. I'm just going to throw that out there. We had some ice melt that's a little different, that it worked in the sun. But my driveway's in the woods, so there's no sun, and I didn't have nearly enough ice melt to do that. So. Anyways, it was a very weird time. Very weird time. And yes, if you don't know, when you have large amounts of snow, it can flood without raining. It's actually a very fun thing. Not fun. But when snow is melting, it's usually a very muddy time because what happens a lot of times is, at least where I live, is like you'll get a layer of snow. And that would be like raining during a normal season. So you get like a half inch of rain, which is like a couple inches of snow. So you get a couple inches of snow. And then you get a couple inches of more snow. You know, a rain that would be in the summer, it would be a week later after all this rain had dried. And then you'll get another snow. And then all of this snow will melt at the same time. And that's like having 3 big rains melt all at the same time, or rain at the same time. And it does cause flooding, if you've never experienced that. Okay, Bruce is halfway. Now what we need to do, I'm going to actually copy this. We're going to give Bruce this main. Wait, we have a main there. I just made this. Trash that. We're going to give Bruce this main, and we're going to copy that into Twitch alerts. Now the thing is, a lot of this needs to be deleted. Like in Twitch alerts, you no longer are going to be able to do these things, right? These aren't going to be commands. So let's just delete them. We probably can actually just delete this altogether. It's going to be run server with the options, but we'll figure it out. And then for Bruce, it goes kind of the other way, where I don't know if Bruce will support these. I'm going to leave those for now, but Bruce won't have that. It's been a very weird. Last year's weather was very weird. So we had a 1,000-year flood. So basically, the probability of having that flood was once every 1,000 years. We had a 1,000-year flood. The day it happened, we got no more rain until the winter. So we went into then one of the most severe droughts. So we had one of the most severe rains into one of the most severe droughts, into one of the coldest winters, where we had like 2 feet of snow for months. It was very weird. Very weird. I want to say these go into a new thing altogether. So we have like what these power is like the Twitch bot and the in Discord, you could actually ask whenever it's running, which it's never running. I want to actually make it be running more often, but you could ask questions in the Discord server, and like the model on my home server would respond to you. It was my Discord bot, but that's not going to be part of Bruce, I don't think. We'll have to come. It's called Ultra AI. Anyways, so this is just now basically this. Okay. Where did I put ops? Who got ops? Oh, it's right here. This should go to Bruce. I feel like... yeah. Maybe we just have to copy this across for right now. I feel like they don't both need this. Okay, Bruce also needs SRC. Boom. You guys go in there, please. Thank you. Thank you. I don't need mod in here because we have our main. Thank you. I did need Wordle. Oops. I'll re-export that. We don't have all of this stuff anymore because we're not combining everything, right? So this is just Wordle. All this goes away. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. And now we have our own ops, so we can update these commands to our own needs, right? Yeah. Okay, we do. Okay, well, my bad. Now we can go and edit these commands. Okay. What is this? Error renaming Twitch alerts to Twitch alerts. I don't care. Okay, come on. Come on. Work. Go to definition. Oh, you know what we need to do? What is probably stalling this is we don't need this. Who wrote a utils? Every single time I see one of these, I'm like, this is a code smell. And every time I see one, it's me. Every single time. Oh. Move that. All right. Yeah, and you notice I didn't even get rid of it. I'm like, yep, code smell. Oh, that looks difficult. I'm in the middle of a huge refactor, so I'm not going to refactor extra stuff, okay? I am leaving it for now, but we should get rid of this utils. There are some things that I think actually make sense in a utils. A lot of times it will be something like string utils or stuff like that, where it's like, it is actually a viable utility thing. You're making something that's just utilities for a thing. But a lot of times when you see utils without it being like string utilities or things like that, that's when it's like, do I smell that? Yeah, I do. I do smell that. All right. All right, Bruce. Source can now be deleted. Move that to the trash. Fantastic. And now what we need to do is we need to make this a workspace, right? No more of this bin stuff. This is a workspace. I don't think you give them names. I don't think we need any of these. We're not doing workspace dependencies. These were all copied into it. I don't know about the Wordle word. Okay, you know what? Maybe we leave that. I think that will be based off of the Wordle, though. I don't think we should do that here, but we'll see. I don't remember how to do Rust workspaces off the top of my head. Rust workspaces. I don't want a root package, so I got it. Yeah. Okay, so we just do members, right? Okay, cool. Excellent. And then our members here are Bruce, Wordle word. I don't know why my AI is so dented. Bruce, Wordle word, Twitch alerts. It just loves Bruce. It just wants to do. It just wants Bruce. Twitch common. I'm gonna fix that because this should be rename. Should be underscore. SQL common should be underscored. Okay. Not Twitch Wordle, but we do have a Twitch common, Twitch alerts. Oh, I already got those. So we have SQL common. Is there any more? Let's see. What's DB? Okay, let's delete this. I don't know what this is. That's trash. Deployment and hack are not part of the workspace. Good. Deployment. This is really the deployment of the Twitch alerts, so we're gonna move it there anyhow. But yeah. Okay, so we have Bruce, Wordle word, Twitch com. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, I think we got too many. I think we got an extra one of these somewhere and an extra one of these somewhere. And we could, no, that's not. All right, I would actually like these to be. That's annoying. Stop. Try. Okay, I gotta turn that off. That is just disruption. Is that, no, this is not the right way to do this. This should look like. I hate that I'm very annoyed. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Bruce, Wordle word, Twitch alerts, Twitch common. Wordle word is a highly specialized library we built to. We built it off of somebody else's work. I don't know. I'm thinking about putting it in. in Bruce, because Bruce is the only thing that uses it, and we might, but it's actually its own module. Like it has its own cargo toml, its own module. It's a specialized thing to do word lists, right? So this is like our nerd word list. This is our challenge word list for people that don't mind losing at Wordle. And this is the one where I do this one to throw you all a bone. Somebody subscribed today, so I did the standard one. You know, pay to win. Pay to win. That's what I keep saying. Okay. It has been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. We're gonna find somebody to raid. Do you guys know of a good person? Theo's not on, or else I would raid Theo. It does not compile. It does not compile. I guarantee you it does. Cargo build. And it's gonna be like, oh, wait. Okay, one second. We can fix this. What did I screw up here? I forgot a comma. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm the learner. See there? Okay. Yeah. Failed to load manifest for dependency random word. Oh, okay. So this is failing because it can't find Wordle word. Right? We can fix this. This won't take long. One second. Whoa. I did not say project search. Thank you. Random word. Yeah. So this is the problem. It really needs to look here. Just here, right? That should fix it. Failed to read home Merrick, Twitch alerts Wordle word. Why? Twitch alerts Wordle word. That's the right place. Why did you fail to load it? That seems like a personal problem. Oh. Did I what? Oh, wait. We got a little Snake versus Pascal case game going on that we've got to solve. We've got to solve this quick. Why is it doing this? Twitch alerts is the folder. There is no Twitch. Oh, there. Wait a second. There is. This is the Twitch alerts, right? Oh, wait. We've got past. Okay. We got past the Wordle word. That's here. Oh, I see. It's not in Bruce that it's failing. It's in Twitch alerts because it's still a thing that's needed in this one because we haven't ripped all that stuff out, right? All right. Let's see. Twitch common reference by workspace in Twitch alerts cargo. Failed to read Twitch cargo, Twitch common. Okay, that's fine. This is the stuff that still has to be done. I don't know how long this is going to take. All right, I'm giving myself 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. We either fix it or we go and raid somebody. All right? That's the deal. All right. So, failed to load manifest for workspace member Twitch common. Reference at workspace. Okay, so Twitch alerts is looking for Twitch common. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Why am I switching around? So Twitch alerts is looking for Twitch common. Did I read this wrong? Twitch alerts cargo, which is that's what we're in, right? So Twitch alerts cargo. Failed to read Twitch alerts Twitch common cargo. I don't. Twitch common. There's no Twitch common in here. Oh wait, it's underscore. Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right. None of this was ever made this way, right? Because this was just like a sub. Why does this have a get ignore in it? What the garbage? We're not making the 5 minutes. We're not making the 5 minutes. It ain't happening. Because we gotta make this like a module. There's a bit of work here. There's still a bit of work here. All right, with that, I'm gonna find. I tap out. I tap out. Sorry, it has been 5 hours. I have some other stuff I have to get done today. So we'll finish this up. Sorry I didn't stream during the week this week. I actually worked 2 16-hour days. It was not the best week I've had. So this future week, maybe. Remember, next weekend I have a family reunion, so I will not be streaming next weekend. Will I stream during the week? I hope so, because I have a lot of work to get done on all of this before the AI games actually happens. But we will see. We will see. Good stream to raid. Who should we raid? Who should we be raiding? Dude, I know that I never do, and I always have the intention of doing it. And literally something comes up every single time. And I mean to. I gotta try to get in the flow of doing it. We will see. Here's somebody doing Godot stuff. You know what? I don't know who they are. I don't know what they do, except it says Game Jam Metrovanian month 16. This is the longest game jam I have ever seen. 16 months of a game jam. I don't know that they know what the word game jam means, or they have joined the longest one, but they could use some followers, some people to say hi. Hopefully they're a good person. They don't have what language they speak, so I'm hoping it's English. One time I sent you guys to some French. That was my bad. My bad. We'll see if if history repeats itself, or actually I'm gonna give it a little listen. not speaking? Oh, it says English. It says English.
Box container.
There we go. Okay. He's probably a better streamer than I am. So I just want you all to go say hi, hang out with him, and get some. Oh, it says Metrovanian month, 16 days remain. That makes so much more sense. So much more sense. So anyways, have fun Metrovanian it out. Thanks everybody for joining. I super appreciated the time you spent hanging out with me. And I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I hope you have a fantastic next week.
Grid container. We're going to put the progress bar in there. We're going to do 2 controls on the outside.
Did we actually raid?
We're going to have both of the outer controls expand. We're going to do the same thing for the grid